As of now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games
10,
with this president. It's
9.
it's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Victory feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. As of now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games
10,
with this president. It's
9.
it's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. As of now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games
10,
with this president. It's
9.
it's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. As of now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games
10,
with this president. It's
9.
it's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. As of now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games
10,
with this president. It's
9.
it's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. As of now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games
10,
with this president. It's
9.
it's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. As of now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games
10,
with this president. It's
9.
it's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
AGI.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this
10,
president. So
9.
it's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
AGI.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president. So
9.
it's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
And we're back. We are live. Today is Thursday, August 20th, 2026. I'm wearing my Unk sweater. I really like this one. It's like a cable knit Aran sweater from Ireland. It's kind of goated. Yeah. it's my Unk drip. We have a lot to get into, a lot to talk about. Starting with Waymo. Google's Waymo has built a custom chip for its robotaxis. The ASIC chip, short for Application-Specific Integrated Circuit, is in production in Waymo's latest robotaxi generation, the Ojai. I still haven't been in one of those, believe it or not. I've only been in the original Jaguar Waymos. But Waymo just published this blog post on their website, which we will pull up in a minute, explaining some stuff about their chips. So this is the trunk of the Waymo Ojai, the new Waymo. It's kind of cool. The battery electric robotaxi manufactured by Zeekr for Waymo. In case you haven't been to China, did you know I've been to China, by the way? In case you haven't been, Zeekr is this like really cool Chinese EV company that makes some like incredible cars. One of my favorite memories of China is taking a DD Lux, which is their equivalent of like an Uber Black, and the car was a Zeekr. Let's see, I think Zeekr 8X or 9X, one of these. Zeekr SUV. Yeah, it was this one. It was a Zeekr 9X. And you watch these like YouTube videos of the Zeekr 9X, and they just have like these insane features. Insane features. Like the seats on the inside like recline, they like massage you. There's like a full TV on the inside. It looks kind of like Rolls Royce or something. It's an incredibly cool car. Unfortunately not available in the US because politics. And it's full of screens and it's an EV, so it drives super smoothly. So Zeekr, this company, is going to be manufacturing the Waymo Ojai, the new Waymo, which has been in testing for the last year and a half or so, and is now in broad passenger service in San Francisco. It's now available for all riders. This is it. What a cool car. So, what is inside of Waymo's compute? Compute is the brain of the Waymo driver, translating raw sensor data into real-time driving commands. So they've co-designed their hardware, sensors, and algorithms. We're offering the first look under our trunk to share our approach to computer, our custom silicon, and how we collaborate with industry leaders. So the three non-negotiable requirements. The Waymo needs to be responsive, so it operates entirely on board. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, it would be pretty bad to have a car with basically slowed down reaction time because you are getting someone to teleop it from some remote center somewhere. Although they can teleop the Waymos. Actually, I was in a Waymo once, and it got like stuck in a cul-de-sac, and it couldn't get out. So I called support, and some person came on and like remote steered the car away, which was pretty cool. Waymos also need to be ruggedized. They need remarkable endurance and reliability to operate under constant vibration, shock, and extreme temperatures, navigating freezing Midwest winters or the blistering heat of Phoenix. Yeah, that's right. One of Waymo's first markets is Phoenix, which, as you may know, gets really hot in the summer. And then finally, redundant. Because there's no human to take over, proactive safety and redundancy are natively built in. Our compute is designed like two independent engines. While normally they operate as one unit running full parallel workloads, if one experiences a fault, the other seamlessly takes over. So Waymo's latency has been significantly lowered over the baseline. Okay, so now they're showing us Waymo's purpose-built 5 nanometer ASIC, application-specific integrated circuit. Really cool looking chip. We can't really get many details out of it from this, but this is the chip that lives inside of every Waymo. Yeah, we're excited to introduce our purpose-built 5 nanometer ASIC. So who's building it for them? Let's see. Yeah, its specialized accelerators instantly extract critical information from raw LiDAR, radar, and camera streams, including temporal denoising. Feeds into our purpose-built inference engine to run sensor fusion ML models. Wow, so they do so much. As opposed to the Tesla FSD, which is just like visual data in and control inputs out. It's much simpler. Yeah, we are proud to work alongside a number of partners like AMD, Micron, NVIDIA, Samsung, SanDisk, Socionext, and TSMC to deliver the most capable autonomous computing system. I've never heard of Socionext. Socionext is a Japanese system-on-a-chip company formed from former system LSI businesses of Fujitsu and Panasonic, which are like two of the big Japanese conglomerates. So, okay, that's pretty cool. If you're interested in learning more about Waymo's approach to compute, join us at our talks at Hot Chips. Yeah, so Hot Chips is the chip conference that's going on this weekend and next week, early next week, in Palo Alto. So they have all kinds of people coming from Micron, Samsung, SK Hynix, NVIDIA. You know, for all the complaining I do about the Bay Area, it really is just like absolutely unmatched in terms of stuff that's happening here in tech. Like, literally nowhere else in the world comes even close. It's pretty amazing. Speaking of, there is a story in the Wall Street Journal that California has drawn more investment than all other 49 states combined. Investors have plowed a record $366 billion into the state amid the AI boom. So this is the view of SF somewhere looking up at Twin Peaks from, I guess, the highway near like Bernal Heights area, if I had to guess. California is in the midst of a record-shattering investment wave. Companies based in the Golden State have drawn around $366 billion of venture capital since the beginning of the year. That's more than 3 times the amount of venture funding that has gone into the other 49 states combined, and nearly double California's previous record set in 2025. New York State ranks a distant second in VC investment, with $27 billion in deals announced so far this year. And I wonder how much of this investment is going specifically to companies based in the Bay Area and specifically to companies based in San Francisco. Like, I bet not much of it is going to LA, for example. And definitely none of it is going to, like, you know, Fresno, California. So it's all the Bay Area, basically. It's like, it's for technology, it's the center of the universe, and there's absolutely nothing like it. California's funding keeps coming despite the threat of a billionaire tax that detractors, including Governor Gavin Newsom, have warned could scare off investors. Didn't Gavin Newsom endorse the thing or endorse it on the national level? Weird. The capital pouring into AI has supercharged housing prices in San Francisco. Yeah, believe me, I know. And created a new class of millionaires overnight. But the boom is reverberating beyond the tech-centric Bay Area. Okay, the money has also helped ease the state government's chronic budget deficit by helping push in. That's so funny, actually. Imagine like the California deficit problem gets fixed by the literal Deus Ex Machina, by literally just like the machine god coming to California and deploying vast amounts of capital. I think it's pretty possible. In May 2025, California's finance department projected $126 billion in personal income tax revenues. Actual income taxes instead generated around $147 billion. As AI enthusiasm fueled a soaring stock market and boosted compensation for tech workers. The windfall hasn't solved California's long-term budget challenges, but has given state leaders some unexpected near-term flexibility. The state was able to sock away more money in reserves and spend more on education, which is required to get a certain share of revenues. Really? It seems silly to require any one portion of government spending to get a certain percent share. Wow. Just 2 AI companies have accounted for more than half of California's venture capital gold rush this year. They talk about venture capital firms are deploying capital on behalf of investors, including pension funds, university endowments, wealthy individuals. So the 2 big AI companies that have accounted for more than half of this gold rush, OpenAI raised $122 billion, and Anthropic raised $95 billion this year. So each of these figures, like $122 billion for OpenAI in one fundraise, the largest funding round ever, this is like 4 times the amount of capital raised in the entirety of like New York State in the same time period. The power laws are just like incredible. And then, yeah, OpenAI headquarters, Anthropic's headquarters. I've now been to both, actually. I retrieved some really cool stuff from the Anthropic headquarters recently. We actually got hard copies of Dario Amadei's 2 essays, Machines of Loving Grace and the Adolescence of Technology, and hard copy of the Claude Constitution. So shout out Anthropic for helping us get these. These are like really cool to have around the office. Anyway, yeah, smaller hauls are spread widely. Some of the more recent deals include $1.37 billion raised from Hadrian, as well as $545 million raised from Whatnot. This is ridiculous. Like, you understand how ridiculous it is for these to be described as like smaller hauls? Like just a small raise. I just did a small raise of $1.4 billion. Just a little funding round, small Series A. Like, you know, a large funding round 10 or 20 years ago was like $10 million. And now that would be like barely a drop in the bucket. That's like a seed round these days. New technologies often agglomerate or cluster in a specific geographic area, whether it's the auto industry in Detroit, the movie business in LA, or previous tech booms in the Bay Area. But the latest concentration of AI investment in Silicon Valley is particularly extreme. It's an amount of agglomeration that surpasses even previous waves, Moriarty said. The phenomenon reflects the extraordinary returns to creativity and innovation, which research suggests can be bolstered by people working in proximity to one another and sharing ideas. Yes, in fact, this is why like humans live in cities in the first place. Yeah, so the billionaire tax, Newsom has opposed it. Javier Becerra has come out against it. That's good. Would significantly raise the fiscal burden on ultra-wealthy Californians by targeting their net assets rather than just their annual incomes. Still, for entrepreneurs focused on the immediate task of launching new companies, being in California also carries big advantages. That's true. Like, if you're starting a tech company, like, really, you can't be anywhere else in the world. Like, where are you going to go? Like maybe New York, if you're doing like a fintech company, if you have some other specialized application, I'm sure if you're doing a, company for fintech in Latin America, you want to be in Latin America, for example. But even still, you're probably going to want to have an SF office and an SF presence because like this is where all of the talent is flowing. This is where all of the capital is flowing. It's just like it's like absolutely the golden age of tech and AI. Unfortunately, since building things is illegal in the Bay Area, we don't get to see the physical effects of this, but hopefully it'll happen eventually. So anyway, today is our 4-month anniversary. We launched 4 months ago today. So amazing. It's kind of amazing how far we've come in 4 months. Like to the audience watching, like, thank you for all your support. Like it's been an incredible run. But the MTS team did this drop, which we just came out with today, drops.mts.now/timeline, the best of MTS since launch. So it's our top tweet of every day, right? Yeah, about. So let's see. April 20th, MTS launches introducing MTS, the first timeline native news network that's always on, monitoring tech, finance, geopolitics, and culture as it happens. We are live now. This is where it all started. Remember this? Remember the launch video? Wow. This is so amazing. Yeah, this was an incredible spoiler alert, it's just 3 dudes reading the timeline for you. It's gonna work. From shit posting to shit hosting, love to see it. Pentagon Pizza Watch. Elena says my body is ready. Wow. JT says, can you send me merch, please? Yes, we will eventually. And then we got into the news, right? April 21st, SpaceX enters into a compute agreement with Cursor, gaining the right to acquire Cursor for $60 billion. That's so funny. It's like the bookends of the last 4 months. They announced it in April, and then they finally closed on it a few days ago. We've also talked a lot about data centers and the political opposition to data centers. April 24th, Maine Governor Janet Mills has vetoed a proposed ban on data centers in the state. And one of the top things we did early on was Musk v. Altman. We covered the Musk v. Altman trial like every single day. So Elon Musk's $134 billion lawsuit against Sam Altman goes to court. Susie Wiles joins X. SpaceX approves Elon's comp package. OpenAI has released a new version of Codex that integrates into productivity applications to help users with non-coding tasks. This ended up becoming ChatGPT work. Now we're in May. GameStop tried to buy eBay. That didn't work. Google, Microsoft, and xAI have agreed to give the US government early access to new AI models for public release. We ended up actually seeing this become an official government framework. Yeah, Anthropic reaches 1.2 trillion. Canvas data breach, I remember this. Isomorphic raises 2 billion. Trump goes to China. This is a big deal. Anduril raised 5 billion. Google to announce new Gemini model next week with GPT 5.5 level capabilities. That kind of didn't happen, unfortunately. Igor Babushkin raising up to $1 billion. We saw that close pretty recently. And then the Musk v. Altman trial ended. The jury in Musk v. Altman returned a unanimous verdict. All 3 of Elon Musk's claims were found barred by the statute of limitations. Karpathy joins Anthropic. That was like the best performing Talent Watch post ever. He got like, 100,000 likes on that post? It was actually unbelievable. Let me see if I can pull that up. He's posting. He got 149,000 likes and 28 million views. Unbelievable. Yeah, Minnesota banned prediction markets. Let's see. More than half of American businesses now have a paid AI transaction in a given month. You can see stuff is accelerating. Right. May 24th was when Google DeepMind's AI agent autonomously solved 9 open Erdos problems. This is like the first time we saw like real progress in mathematics, which is going to be a big theme of the next few months. Eli Lilly gene editing for LDL cholesterol. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of biotech. We just saw the Moderna and Merck cancer vaccine. Situational awareness invests in Nebius. Anthropic says it plans to release Mythos class models to all customers in the coming weeks. Remember this. Situation detected. New Intel hype reel. I remember that one. Yeah. June 3rd, Bernie Sanders says he'll meet with Sam Altman to discuss a data center moratorium, international cooperation to avoid superintelligence, and compensation for training data. What exactly came out of this meeting? I don't think we got much. June 8th, situational awareness is up 270% after fees this year and more than 1,000% since inception. The fund now has $20 billion under management and counts Jane Street as an investor. So by the way, given that situational awareness has $15 billion under management now, it has barely decreased from 2 months ago. That's another way of putting into perspective how well the fund has done, even despite everything. June 9th, Anthropic to release Mythos tomorrow. And then, let's see. June 12th, Jeff Bezos announces Prometheus, his Neolab. June 13th, situation detected. OpenAI has made the first ever beautiful tech billboards. These were actually really good. I like these a lot. Situation remembered. 4 years ago today, GPT-3 generated the famous bottomless pit supervisor green text. Snap has announced Specs, a $2,200 pair of AR glasses going on sale this fall. CEO Evan Spiegel called them the computer of the future. Yeah, like, I don't think anyone's going to buy these, but it's kind of cool, I guess. Situation update. June 17th, Dario and Demis called for US-led coalition to set global AI standards. We've actually seen a lot of proposals like this over the last few months. June 18th, remember this one? Midjourney announced their first hardware device, a full-body ultrasonic medical scanner. June 19th, John Jumper has left Google DeepMind to join Anthropic. June 21st, Mythos broke into almost all NSA and US Cyber Command classified systems within hours. This probably didn't actually happen, at least in the way that The Economist described it. So much stuff. June 24th, the Trump administration has been happier with Anthropic discussions since Dario Amodei was replaced by co-founder Tom Brown in White House meetings about Fable 5. This is the power of Riz. You have to be Tom Brown if you're going to be interacting with the government. June 25th, Anthropic told the US government that Alibaba executed the largest known distillation attack on Claude to date. June 26th, the US government lifts its block on Mythos, and June 27th is close to allowing Anthropic to restore access to everyone. Yeah, it was kind of crazy how long Fable was out for. Yeah. June 30th, the White House is expected to lift export controls on Fable tonight. July 1st, Jelani Nelson has joined Anthropic. I forgot about this. But Jelani Nelson is like an incredibly talented guy. Also one of the fastest typists. July 4th. Situation remembered. 250 years ago today, the USA became an independent country. July 6th, SK Hynix US IPO. Situational awareness participated. July 8th, SpaceX AI has released Grok 4.5, the first like really, really good model from SpaceX AI. July 9th, Ben Bernanke joins Anthropic's long-term benefit trust. July 10, SpaceX Starmine, gigawatt-scale AI compute in space. July 13th, Richard Sutton, the father of reinforcement learning, founded a new Neolab, Oak Lab. July 14th, first statewide moratorium on data centers in New York. July 16th, Kimi K3 has surpassed Fable on Code Arena. July 19th, Quen 3.8. July 22nd, Travis Kalanick's Atoms has raised 1.7 billion. That was a fun day on MTS when we got to talk to Travis Kalanick and Ben Horowitz. That was pretty cool. July 24th, the Open Weights open letter. NVIDIA, Meta, Microsoft, Palantir, and Hugging Face. July 27th, Arena is now sponsoring the situation. We love Arena, our dedicated partner for model benchmarks and evals. July 28th, Pacing the Frontier. Employees at OpenAI, Anthropic, and other big tech companies have written and signed a petition asking the US government to support an international effort to deliberately pace the frontier of automated AI development. July 30th, right after, situational awareness has exited all of its public investments through one enormous trade. That was, I think the situational awareness thing was like a top 3 situation since we started. That was incredible to monitor in real time. I think, yeah, I would say like Hugging Face, situational awareness, Musk v. Altman. Those would be my top 3. And I guess the Fable, the death and the return of Fable. Those are my top 4. July 31st, OpenAI has discovered other instances of AI agents escaping sandbox testing environments while investigating the Hugging Face incident. Now we're getting to August. August 1st, Astra has solved 10 different open problems in math and theoretical CS for the cost of about $2,000. August 5th, a Meta model hacked into another company's systems during cyber testing. See, our sun is evil too. August 6th, Terafab will be built in Grimes County, Texas. August 7th, OpenAI has officially slowed deployment of its Astra model. August 9th was when, this might have been our best performing tweet ever, one of them. In Australia's first known autonomous AI cyber attack, an OpenClaw agent used a vulnerability in a gym's API to leapfrog scheduling restrictions for gym class and then forcibly canceled another person's reservation to move its user up the list, per ABC. I can't believe Jaden Clark did this. August 10th, Anthropic uses Claude to make progress on a problem related to the legendary Riemann hypothesis by saying, keep going and believe in yourself. August 12th, Google co-founder Sergey Brin has urged key staff to go all in on Gemini and catch up to the frontier. August 13th, a man representing himself in a Connecticut court hid prompt injections in official filings. They tell any AI reviewing the documents to side with him. August 15th, Anthropic projecting 2028 revenue of 190 to 200 billion. That sounds kind of bearish, no? Based on its current growth trajectory. August 18th, Sam Altman told Alex Heath that OpenAI is slowing training because its unreleased models are showing various degrees of misalignment. August 19th, yesterday, the Moderna-Merck mRNA cancer vaccine, and today, Waymo has built a custom 5nm ASIC to improve the performance of its latest robotaxis. So, yeah, it's been an incredible run in the last, 4 months. Think about what has happened in the last 4 months. Think about how different the AI world is. 4 months ago, we had very little in the way of real mathematical progress from AI. Now we have tons of mathematical progress from AI all the time. 4 months ago, Fable Mythos was basically a rumor. We didn't have access to it. We had seen the release system card, but that was it. Mythos preview system card. Now we all have, we were given access to Fable. We had it taken away for about 3 weeks. We had it restored to us, and now anyone can use Fable on Claude. 4 months ago, the state of Chinese open source was quite a bit behind the frontier. Now we have Kimi K3, we have DeepSeek V4 Flash, which is incredibly cheap. We have Alibaba Quen 3.8, and we have GLM 5.2 and 5.3. 4 months ago, XAI was way behind the frontier. Now they have Grok 4.5 and 4.6, and they have basically caught up to third place behind only OpenAI and Anthropic, which is very impressive. 4 months ago, there was still a lot more hope for Google DeepMind. And now Google DeepMind has fallen substantially behind. They've bled an enormous amount of talent. They've lost John Jumper, Noam Shazir, Jeff Dean. And and they seem to be really struggling. 4 months ago, there was much less public backlash against data centers. It had already started, but it wasn't so substantial. Now it has grown significantly since then. So I expect that 4 months from now, the world will look similarly different or even more different compared to what it looked like 4 months ago. You know, things move faster over time as we progress through the singularity. But it's been an incredible run so far. It's been such a privilege to get to monitor all of it. Anyway, back to monitoring. Let's see what else we have. Joe Weisenthal of Bloomberg wrote an article. Dario's paradox. The new AI bottleneck might not be so great for investors. Hello and welcome to the newsletter, a grab bag of daily content from the Odd Lots universe. Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway. Here's what Tracy's thinking about. A little over 2 weeks ago, I noted that interesting times were ahead in the bond market. The 30-year U.S. Treasury yields are up to 5.30%, their highest in almost 20 years. The U.S. Treasury announced that it would dramatically increase the size of its buyback program for longer-dated bonds to provide more liquidity support to the market. Yields on the 30-year have promptly fallen from 5.3% to 5.2%. So Scott Bessent, is trying to take down bond yields, first by helping Japan avoid outright sales of U.S. debt during the recent yen intervention, now by doubling buybacks. Meanwhile, Kevin Warsh, the new Fed chairman, has expressed relatively more comfort with those higher yields because they can help lower inflation without the Fed actually having to raise rates. Yeah, so yields are rising because, that's funny, because of expectations for higher future growth and investment, hotter inflation, more durable demand for capital, etc. But they can also increase because of other things like, I'm being slightly facetious here, the vibes. What I mean by that is that investors could just be less willing to hold U.S. government debt because of worries over the federal deficit or concerns over the central bank's inflation fighting credibility, crowding out from AI, etc., all of which would manifest in a higher term premium. In fact, that's exactly what we've seen recently. Yeah, higher real rates tend to make dollar assets more attractive, meaning the dollar will appreciate. But lately, the dollar hasn't been getting stronger. This kind of reminds me of the situation analysis that I wrote the other day about AI increasing treasury yields, where it seems like what we're seeing now is hyperscalers are spending so much money and issuing so much debt, borrowing so much money that they are crowding out investment and raising the cost of capital of the government. Obviously, most of the rise in bond yields is not because of hyperscalers, even at this scale of borrowing, but some of it is due to it. But there's also another reason. Economists Trevor Chow, Basil Halpern, and J. Zachary Maslish wrote a paper, Transformative AI, Existential Risk and Real Interest Rates, where they argued if people expect to be much richer in the future, they'll borrow against the future and save less today. If they expect AI doom, they will front-load consumption. Either way, lower available savings today forces the interest rate upward. And since their paper came out, real interest rates have gone up from 1.5% to about 3%. So we might be seeing the first glimmers of this hypothesis being borne out. Although, of course, if we ever saw like real transformative AI impacts in bond markets, we should expect bonds to go way above 3%. Not financial advice. What Joe is thinking about today. There are a few things on my mind. The news that OpenAI has paused. I'm going to coin the term Dario's paradox here. Let's take the Anthropic CEO at his word for the moment that safety is his North Star. Will Anthropic follow this news with a pause of its own and establish a precedent that a competitor will not be punished in the market for taking prudent safety measures? Or will Dario reason that if Anthropic is simultaneously the most advanced model maker and also, relatively speaking, the safest, it should try to use this moment to expand its dominance and increase the odds that the lab that wins is also the safest by its own assessment? Remember, Anthropic has not released a new model in months. It's been a long time. They haven't released a new frontier model better than Fable in several months. So I don't think they are actually racing ahead. If they were racing ahead, you would expect Fable 5.1 to be out by now, and you would expect it to be a very good model. They're not doing that. Everyone reasons that if they personally were in control of the technology, they'd use it responsibly. So then you might as well join the industry and be part of the team that shepherds it along safely. Yes, this has happened many times. Basically, OpenAI was founded because they didn't trust Google to safely bring in superintelligence. Anthropic was founded because they didn't trust OpenAI to do it. XAI was founded because Elon didn't trust OpenAI to do it. Thinking Machines and SSI were founded because they didn't trust OpenAI to do it. Basically, so many Neo Labs have been founded because people are like, I'm going to be the one to bring in superintelligence, and we can't trust anyone else. One of the goals with model R&D and testing is to elicit information about how the model behaves in real-world deployment. But almost any real-world deployment will involve internet access, as well as a rich corporate library of file systems and databases and permissions and so forth. How do you actually gain real signal about a model's behavior if you're testing them in environments that don't actually mimic the real world? Yeah, this is true. It is actually kind of difficult to figure this out. Anthropic recently published a general risk report, and one of the things that was revealed in section 5.2.6 is that it discovered that its training data had been polluted in 2024. In a dataset specifically about alignment faking, AI models learning that they can deceive their human overseers by pretending to be more good than they actually are. Probably a smart enough model would be able to derive that regardless, it seems. Here's a model that was given internet access when it shouldn't have been. Over here is a polluted training set from 2024 that was only just discovered now. Yeah, if we were talking about a biolab or something, we'd really want to know what protocols they have in place for the storage of toxic chemicals and such. I doubt the best practices and rules of the road for AI are nearly as well developed. Yeah, this is true. Like, there are a lot of people working on like standards and best practices for AI, but nothing is really set in stone yet. I mean, the best we have is like the OpenAI preparedness framework and equivalents from Anthropic. But there's, much to be desired here. And it's easy to imagine how hard it is for the testing environment to keep pace with the capability gains. You feed a prompt to a model and it produces two outputs, and maybe a human grader says that A was better than B, and so the model internalizes that going forward it should produce answers more like A. And you do it over and over and over again, and suddenly you have this machine that can produce sentences and paragraphs and more. But in the LM era, what's the big deal if one misbehaves? It starts producing some hate speech that would be embarrassing. New models are much more complex. They seem to exhibit behavior that indicates they know they're being watched. Yeah, this is called eval awareness. Models have exhibited eval awareness for some time now. If you want to know how the model will work when it's used inside a large corporation, it's very hard to recreate because large organizations have such rich environments. It seems very plausible to me that in the last few years, the growth of model capability has far, far outstripped the ability of researchers to design realistic simulation scenarios. Yeah, this is basically correct, I think. The growth in model capability has definitely been greater than the growth in like realism of eval scenarios. Like the infamous example was the Claude blackmail thing from about a year ago, where like researchers found supposedly that Claude was blackmailing employees of a company, except it only did it because it knew it was in this like totally contrived nonsense scenario. The models aren't stupid. Like, they know when they're in evals. I think the best evals are just the model's actual deployment environments. If you want to know how the model will behave in deployment, you got to deploy it. This is why iterative deployment in the OpenAI sense is so important. Like, we have made a lot of progress in AI safety by having models released to the public and having actual real-world feedback, which, many people in AI wanted AI to be trained and deployed entirely internally until you get a fully perfectly aligned superintelligence that then you release to the public. And it seems to be better for the world that AI was not developed in this way. People like to talk about the bottlenecks that exist in the AI trade. Could we be at a place where growing bottleneck in the industry is essentially the well-organized, secure R&D labs? Yeah, this is true. We've been talking about this on MTS for a bit. So R&D labs, people like Avery, right? Miles Brundage, Avery. We've had Miles Brundage on before. People like Meter, people like Redwood Research, the people who are working on evals and monitoring of advanced AI systems are hugely bottlenecked right now. There will be massive opportunities for talent, massive opportunities for philanthropic capital to go to these organizations. We're basically labs are going to need to figure out how their models are going to behave and what exactly they are doing and why. I do wonder whether we could hit some kind of inflection point where the pace of AI progress shifts into a lower gear due to this mismatch between model capabilities and testing capabilities. Yeah, this could happen. This has already happened a little bit with OpenAI, for example, slowed down their release. I wonder what the stock market reaction would look like if the pause goes longer than 2 weeks. It is interesting that the market essentially didn't react to OpenAI pausing development for 2 weeks. I wonder why that is. I guess maybe it's just because they were they don't understand what this means. Weird. Well, let's see what else we have. Tenebrous tweets. I'm going to be honest, I think if you work in Anthropic right now, you should be pushing leadership as hard as you possibly can to implement and publicly announce a parallel pause. In response to Sam Altman saying we have paused some frontier RL training. I realize there may be some reasons not to. Maybe you don't really think OpenAI is actually doing that much. Maybe you think this is to some extent just marketing. Maybe you think they paused one run, but probably have many other more relevant ones going. Maybe you think they did in fact pause, but only because you're ahead and a brief delay could let them seize control of the situation. Maybe you just think you have better aligned models and better sandboxing and monitoring already, and you don't need any such pause. So let's evaluate these. Is OpenAI actually doing that much? Yes, I would say yes. They are dedicating a substantial amount of compute to monitoring. They are slowing down deployment at and internal training at long-term cost to their business model, because in their very short-term financial interests, it would help them to release as good models as possible, as fast as possible. I don't think it's just marketing. I think it's bad marketing, right? Our product is dangerous is not actually good marketing. Did cigarette companies do this, for example? They actually had dangerous products. Did they ever market them as such? No. Maybe you think they paused one run, but probably have many other more relevant ones going. They said they paused their largest Frontier RL run, so I don't know if they have more relevant ones going. Maybe you think they did in fact pause, but only because your head and a brief delay could let them seize control of the situation. Why would they pause when they're behind? That doesn't really make sense. I guess they're baiting Anthropic into pausing so they can resume, but that doesn't really make sense either. And for what it's worth, I don't think Anthropic is that far ahead. I think people are overstating this. Sol is as good a model as Fable. Maybe you just think you have better aligned models and better sandboxing and monitoring already, and you don't need any such pause. I don't know. Is Fable more aligned than Sol? In the UK AC report, they found that Mythos acted in unaligned ways much more often than Sol. Sure, this might all be true, but you have said often from the beginning that some level of coordinated slowdown and pause at points of danger is exactly what you want. You have said it publicly. Your C-suite, your founders, your official communications, your employees in the distant past and just weeks ago. And regardless of the overall impact, regardless of exactly what OpenAI is doing, the public costly signal that you are willing to actually do this would be incredibly important. It would start to build trust that this isn't just marketing, it isn't just a game, that despite the intense rivalry, there is a chance of coordination here. Obviously, these sorts of vague, open-ended, low-visibility, company-initiated pauses aren't what we need as a long-term solution. But action like this is what real solutions are built on top of. Take a chance on it. Yeah. So the idea of OpenAI and Anthropic coordinating. Interesting. You may remember in the OpenAI charter, they have a clause, the merge and assist clause, that says, we are committed to doing the research required to make AGI safe. If a value-aligned, safety-conscious project comes close to building AGI before we do, we commit to stop competing with and start assisting this project. We will work out specifics in case-by-case agreements, but a typical triggering condition might be a better than even chance of success in the next 2 years. So, yeah, the merge and assist clause has been in the OpenAI charter basically since the beginning. The idea being that coordination is better for AI than competition. I could imagine this going either way. I can imagine maybe coordination is bad. Maybe having one single entity developing AI is actually bad, and competition is a good thing. Maybe the ordinary competitive pressures of capitalism actually do help make AI safe. I would believe this. Like OpenAI, for example, maybe they believe that in the very long term, their existence as a company is harmed by model misalignment. And so in their pure selfish economic interests, it is in their interest to slow down misaligned training runs. But I don't know if OpenAI and Anthropic would do something like this. It also would be illegal under antitrust law. I think some of the AI policy people are working on exemptions to antitrust law for this specific case. But you could imagine some kind of coordination between lab employees. Like we've already seen this to some extent. Like Pacing the Frontier was basically this. It was coordination between OpenAI and Anthropic employees. It was both sides saying like, we need to develop the technical and governance tools needed to deliberately pace the frontier. And so I do think that some level of collaboration between OpenAI, Anthropic, and other frontier labs is possible. I guess this is another banger. Maddie Fairchild says, it's rude to ask a woman her age, a man his salary, a robot deployer how many robots they've deployed for non-research use cases. That's pretty funny, actually. This is true. You mean an American robot deployer, right? Because the Chinese ones actually do sell the robots. Like you can actually go online and buy the robots for some of them. But, you know, American humanoid companies need to lock in a little more. I want the great American humanoid. Maybe Tesla Optimus will do it, for example. Carl William Nietert from Matic Robotics says, unless you work at Matic. This is true. Matic actually does have robots that you can buy. We actually have one in the office. It's pretty cool. It's very cute. It's a great robot. Anyway, I think it's time to thank our sponsors. Once the screen share is gone. Starting with Lovable. Turn ideas into software people love with Lovable. Start today at lovable.dev. Arena. Measuring AI performance in the real world at arena.ai. Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS. 11 Labs. AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS. Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com. Today's stream is sponsored by VCX, the public ticker for private tech. Head over to getvcx.com to learn more. Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise codebases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com. And AdQuick, make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com. So shout out Lovable, Arena, Neon, Databricks, 11 Labs, Kong, VCX, Blitzy, and AdQuick. And we'll be right back with Nick Caputo. All right, we are back. We're live with Nick Caputo, who is an AI governance and law researcher. He's an assistant professor at the Johns Hopkins University Bloomberg Center, School of Government and Policy. And he works on law and AI at the Oxford Martin AI Governance Initiative at the University of Oxford. And he is, I think, the first author to have published an article in the new publication on AI and governance called Pax Machina. So really cool. Nick, welcome to MTS.
Thanks so much. Really excited to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. So you wrote this article, AGI's Bureaucratic Future. AGI won't do away with bureaucracy. Markets and democracies still run on shared rules. Used well, AI could make the institutions behind those rules more capable and easier to hold accountable. I think my initial hesitation here is it seems like we have already had technology that would be capable of making bureaucracies more capable and easier to hold accountable, which is the internet and computers in general. And this seems to have largely not happened. So why not?
I think it's a great question. And I think it's important to basically go back through the whole history of bureaucracy and the way that it's worked in government. So from the beginning in the US, we see the emergence of bureaucracy with the railroads. It's very much tied to technology. Technology both creates the conditions under which you need more bureaucratic government because you have to deal with expert scientific problems, and then also conditions to govern that bureaucracy. So we have the railroads that call for scientific expertise, and then accounting, the telegraph, all these other technologies that let accountability come back in. And over time, that same pattern repeated, right? We had the railroads, and then there's the Great Depression and the creation of the welfare state, all of the mass of modern American administration, and then computers and complex science around the environmental regulation in the 60s and 70s. But it does seem like this pattern didn't repeat itself when it came to the internet. And I think that this is one of the big questions. And, I don't talk about this as much in the Pax Machina essay, but in other research, I think basically we've just accumulated too much procedure. We've stopped using technology to make things easier to handle. And the amount of effort to adopt new technology and the amount of accountability has decreased. So I think that it's possible that AI and AGI will be used to build a bureaucracy that ends up being less accountable, less transparent, just the government acting on people in increasingly severe and extensive ways. But I also think that history shows that the law and new technologies can lead to more accountable and more what I call scrutable, that is comprehensible forms of government. And I think that that's the big promise that we have to be pushing forward when we're building these new institutions.
So the internet, for example, I think a more specific case study would be education, where there are many things that the internet could have done that would have substantially changed education that would have been pretty low lift to implement. For example, just having a standardized curriculum, having kids do exercises online and have them be, corrected dynamically by explanations for wrong answers, for example. And this has completely not happened at all, because there are institutional barriers. So do you expect, how do you expect to remove these institutional barriers in order to effectively adopt AGIs into bureaucracy?
So I think some of this stuff, when I was a kid in class, we would have these online platforms where you do multiple choice questions and you'd get answers. And I also found it to not be that helpful. But I think institutional barriers are part of the problem, sort of the inertia of education and the difficulties with what's necessary in hands-on engagement. It might be useful to compare some examples of how we've tried to use technology in bureaucracy in the past. So with the internet, right, there are things they put all of the rulemakings that the government does online, and you can go and look at the dockets and you can see, okay, here's all the stuff that this agency has put online, all of the administrative record that they've created. And you can comment online, right? There are online comment platforms that you use in notice and comment rulemaking. But it's turned out that that's not really where the friction is, right? It being easier to submit a comment doesn't mean that it's easier to understand the science behind what a good comment is, both in terms of how to write a good one, but then also how to find information that is going to be helpful and that the people who are making these decisions will pay attention to. In contrast, when Social Security was developed, you have like the first wide scale millions of people who are being processed through government administration. And so they built this whole administrative record on top of that. And we might experience a sort of similar level of crisis in the coming future to what we experienced around the Great Depression, where, there's a lot of societal disruption, government isn't working in the way that it needs to be. And so there's a lot of public pressure to adopt new technologies and also to make sure that they're accountable. And I think that that kind of fundamental reconstruction is one version of things. And then I think that there's sort of a more normal politics thing where, I'm in DC, I go and see people in government. There are a lot of people, including people like various senators, various people in the executive, who are really interested in government reform and renewal, and who think that the institutions that we have aren't working, and who think that AI could be a big part of the solution. And so politics is hard. It's very slow. Institutional barriers are always real. But I think that there is a growing enthusiasm and energy around technological institutional renewal in DC and also elsewhere. And so I hope that that's the way that we do things. But I think one way or another, this technology is significant enough that we're going to have to reconstruct the way that we handle governance.
Yes, this makes sense. How exactly do you envision bureaucracy in the AGI world? Like, in what sense is it a bureaucracy if it's just a bunch of AGIs making like rules about the implementations of things? That to me sounds like not what I envision bureaucracy as at all. It seems more more like a smart contract in a sense.
I mean, I think there are ways that the smart contract model, the kind of distributed autonomous organization model, are like what we have in mind, and I think experimenting with different approaches is necessary. One of the key things, as Max Weber, who is kind of the original theorist of bureaucracy, pointed out more than 100 years ago, is that the thing that bureaucracy does well is it provides for the consistent and predictable application of rules that are developed through science. And, a smart contract is another way of doing that. You have very consistent, predictable application of a bunch of agreed upon rules, and you're just using machines to do it because they're even more predictable than humans. And so, maybe that's what we get, but I think that the generality of AGIs and their sophistication means that we can do even better than the kinds of smart contract designs. I think you can imagine a whole organization where you have AIs that are participating in every step. So they're given some mission in the way that a bureaucratic organization is given some mission. They look at the environment that they're operating in and they see, okay, here are the different challenges that we're going to have, and here are the different opportunities that we have. And then they figure out all the different actions that they can take to address it, and they prioritize among them, they get public input, and finally they actually act in some way. And I think that full stack kind of like almost cognitive or organizational approach, where you have different AIs that have different roles and they're interacting with each other within the context of this container of rules, is the kind of thing that bureaucracy does. I mean, I think bureaucracy has evolved to be so prevalent because it's the most effective institutional form. All of the big companies are bureaucracies too, right? Like government isn't the only one that uses bureaucracy. And I think that that's just because it's better for processing information and handling today's challenges.
To what extent are you worried that bureaucracy that is too effective could actually be net bad because it would allow the state to more effectively trample human freedom or something like that?
I think that's a real worry. And I think that's what Seth Lazar wrote in his very nice intro to the essay on Pax Machina. The history of abuse of power, I think, is one that we really need to worry about. And in particular, with the effects of these systems, things could get really bad. We're seeing this with, the risks of mass surveillance, of monitoring of protesters, and just of influencing people in different directions. So we need accountability alongside capability. And I think that the law does a good job of handling that kind of problem, of balancing these two things, where the government needs to be capable enough of handling our problems, but accountable enough that it still stays constrained within the rule of law. And we're going to need to update our laws. We may need new kinds of lawmaking. We may need to have the oversight bodies, the legislature and the judiciary and others, use AI themselves in a kind of continuous monitoring of bureaucracy, so that when somebody does something bad in an agency, it's flagged and there can be some kind of remediation. One of the worlds that I'm most worried about is one where only certain parts of government adopt technology effectively. it's just the national security state. It's just parts of the intelligence community. And the parts that are most involved in providing goods for civilians, the parts that are more representative, like the legislature, the parts that provide checks and balances against these kinds of actions and provide recourse for violations of rights, like the judiciary, don't keep up. And that's, I think, one of the key problems that we're going to have to solve.
Speaking of legislature, like the bureaucracy as it currently exists is sort of like a delegated legislature. Obviously the House and Senate don't have time to like decide on the rules for how far a restaurant door has to open outward or something. And so they delegate this authority to regulatory bodies. But you could also imagine like a world where you have a legislature that is composed of AGIs that would have the capacity to do things at this level of granularity. And then what do you need the bureaucracy for?
So I think that you just redesigned the bureaucracy there. And in fact, that this is a kind of delegation where you have a bunch of experts who are now making rules on behalf of the body, right? Like the legislature, we got the people, and then the people are like, we can't handle all of our problems. So we're going to appoint some people to make the rules for us. And this is the legislature. And then the legislature is like, okay, now we can't handle all the problems. And so we're going to create another level of agents. And this is the bureaucracy, and they're going to handle all of the rulemakings. And so, there's like different extents to which the underlying public interest is transmitted through this kind of process. So maybe we do enter a world where a lot more of the granular rulemaking, adjudication stuff that is currently happening in the bureaucracy is handled by AIs. I think that in many ways that would be a better world because we could provide more effective oversight. Maybe we can get better alignment. Maybe tools like interpretability let us actually check why an AI did something in a way that we can't really do with humans. All of that seems definitely plausible and the kind of thing that we should be building our institutions towards. But I also worry that if we don't make all that progress, and in fact, we do see that these systems are inconsistently aligned, that they are acting in pursuit of their own goals, that they're acting in ways that are incomprehensible to us, then giving them the power to make decisions about people's lives will lead to some really bad outcomes. And so making sure that we get the accountability side right will enable us to use the capabilities, because if you don't have the accountability, you get backlash and you get people who resist the adoption of technology, which to your earlier point is, I think, a big part of why both the internet and even tool AI, right? Like we've had a lot of narrow AI that people have tried to integrate into governmental processes pretty unsuccessfully, like why that stuff didn't work.
Well, on the flip side of that is you wrote an AI that completely understands you and acts perfectly on your behalf as an agent that is disempowered its principal. An agent that thinks for you is incompatible with an informed citizenry. I don't know. I kind of disagree with this on vibes. It seems like having agents maybe that don't like fully think for you, but that help shape your own epistemics could actually be really good for informing the citizenry. Like a very weak sort of narrow example of this that we've seen so far is just like Grok on Twitter. Like a lot of people have really incorrect opinions on X.com, as we all know. But now you can just say at Grok, is this true? And like Grok will explain to you why this misinformation that people are believing is actually not true. And for example, like right now we're seeing so much of politics driven by information that is false. Like for example, anti-data center hysteria that is driven by beliefs about power consumption or water consumption that are simply untrue. And so it seems like if you do have agents that help outsource a lot of your own epistemics, like this could actually be very good for democracy in the sense of making people more informed.
I think that's definitely possible, although I would say that we should be a little bit nervous given the history of things like fact-checking and on social media, the sort of like counter-messaging. The empirics of that wave of this effort of, at Grok, what is this true, didn't pan out to be perfectly effective. And I think like the people who are adding Grok are the ones who are inclined to believe what Grok believes. They or will tell them, like they trust that source, and that's great. They should use it. but I think we're still a little early to know whether this is like a broader social solution. But I think to your more general point, yes, definitely people should be using AI to help inform what they think, to help check what the truth is. But I also think that the process of coming to political beliefs, of engaging with other people who are participants in society and seeing, okay, what do I care about? What do I believe? What am I willing to put my time and my energy on the line for? And through that collective process, starting to come together and come towards a better vision of the future is what democratic politics is all about. Again, they are having these debates in the 1920s, right? In this case, it's Walter Lippmann who is arguing we should just have the experts decide everything, and John Dewey who is saying no, like it's through democratic political engagement, through participatory education, through people actually doing things and learning things and then engaging with each other that we collectively come to understand what we want. So AI that empowers people in these ways, I think is very necessary and one of the big advantages of this technology. I think that AI that makes decisions for people or that tells them what to think is the kind of thing that leads to a public that doesn't know what it wants and that basically is susceptible to just whoever is designing these machines. I don't think that that's the future that we should be designing towards. And I think that the lessons of bureaucracy are that the last time we had to do this and empower a bunch of experts, we also managed to make sure that mostly they were accountable to the public and acting in a democratic way. We just need to figure out how to do that with AI.
I don't know. Are they accountable to the public and acting in a democratic way?
I think this is it's a debate, but certainly they are more than they could. There are a lot of different places where the government is much more unaccountable, much more able to do whatever it wants than the US. And I think for all the critiques that bureaucracy is susceptible to, and I think many of them are very legitimate, the fact that our systems work as well as they do and provide the kind of foundations for our society that they do is pretty good evidence that they do well and have their benefits.
Yeah. Unfortunately, both having experts make decisions for people and also having direct democracy populism are both like kind of terrible systems. I guess, yeah, your argument would be like AGI bureaucracy best threads the needle.
Yeah, or, it can, right? Like it gives us a bunch of new capabilities and we could use those capabilities to figure out how to thread the needle. I think that like either let's just give everything over to the AI world or we're going to have like elaborate democratic processes to make every decision world. Like those don't seem realistic to me. And so we should make sure that we're designing tools so that, when an agency needs to make some decision, it can gather a bunch of information and process it really efficiently and act in ways that are good for the world. And we should make it so that when Congress is trying to oversee all the agencies, it like has little AIs that are going out and checking whether they're doing what they should be doing. And then Congress can step in if something's wrong. And, a version of this for the courts and a version of this for the public. So that like when, the EPA is changing the national ambient air quality standard in a way that will affect some asthmatic, like that asthmatic is notified about this and then can write a letter, is helped to write a letter that basically says, hey, maybe you should reconsider this. It's going to affect me. We've built these elaborate institutions to address problems to the extent that we can. And our society mostly runs effectively. There are a lot of problems. And I think that means both that there are a lot of opportunities to use this technology for reinventing our institutions and solving these problems better. And then also that we really need to be worried that we don't fall into even worse versions of some of the pathologies that we are currently confronted with.
Mm-hmm. What do you know about how China is currently integrating AI into its bureaucracy? It seems like it is more willing to do so than the US.
Yeah, I think in general, there are a few different examples of China integrating the tech. I think they, speaking very generally, there's a broader inclination toward techno-optimism and also just a sense that like the government is there to provide specific services that help people improve their lives and that using AI in different ways will help along those lines. I think it's still a little unclear exactly what that kind of process looks like and how they're integrating frontier AI in particular. But I can say that back when I was living in China during COVID, there was much more willingness to use technology for things like contact tracing and other kinds of monitoring of the population to make sure that there wasn't spread during the zero COVID period. At the same time, there's been some resistance, like reports of the anti-robo-taxi protests and these sorts of things. And I think the government is aware of some of the ways that adopting AI too quickly could undermine social stability. So I'll be very curious to see what the actual pattern of adoption looks like when it's in sensitive domains that affect people's livelihoods.
So my last question would be, the Industrial Revolution began in the 1700s in Britain. It spread to the US by the early 1800s. It substantially changed so much about the US by the end of the 1800s. But the modern administrative state, including all of the bureaucracy that came with it, didn't arise until quite some time later, largely not until first the Progressive Era in the 1910s, and then the New Deal in the 1930s. And it seems like before then, society was basically, for the most part, fine. Yes, there were problems. There was Upton Sinclair, The Jungle, that was bad. But for the most part, the latter half of the 1800s, after the Civil War, was a time of incredible economic growth, transformational infrastructure development, and all kinds of things for the US without any kind of modern federal bureaucracy. So, would it just be fine if the development of such a thing for our own current industrial revolution gets delayed?
So I think actually the modern administrative state is considered to emerge in 1887, and its antecedents are from the 1860s and 70s. So the first modern bureaucratic institution in the US is considered to be the Interstate Commerce Commission. And the Interstate Commerce Commission was created specifically to resolve the problems that this rapid economic growth and the deployment of new technologies, in particular here the railroad and the telegraph, were causing in society. So, you see this pattern where across many different states, which at that point could handle most of the problems that the externalities that some of this rapid industrialization and growth was creating, the states created railroad commissions to handle the problems that were within their borders. But then you got to a point where the problems were broader than that. There was different kinds of arbitrage. There were different discriminatory rate settings that would cross state lines. And so to respond to that, we developed the modern bureaucratic state at the federal level. And then, of course, you have these other things, right? You mentioned the jungle, and the jungle leads to the FDA. And a big part of the reason for this is that suddenly you have food and drug supply chains that are extending beyond state borders. So because the food is traveling so far, you suddenly need a federal agency that can regulate this kind of thing. And I think basically we're in the same situation here where the technology is going way faster than the railroads did. And all of its downstream effects are also happening much faster. And so we need to be thinking about what are the kinds of institutional innovations that are analogous to those early innovations in governance, and just at a much faster rate. But hopefully we can learn some of the lessons from those past eras too.
Hopefully. Well, Nick, it's been great having you on. Excited to see future publications that come out of Pax Machina and elsewhere. We love thinking about AI in institutions. It's very, very important. Thanks so much for coming on MTS.
Thanks for having me. It's been great.
Absolutely. And we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. AI data centers are demanding power faster than the US grid can build it. And today I'm joined by Travis Fisher, who is the Director of Energy and Environmental Policy Studies at the Cato Institute, who argues that there's another option. Let large customers build entirely private power systems without putting the cost on everyone else's electric bill. Travis, welcome to MTS.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Maybe a great place to start is just why power is becoming a bottleneck. Can you help set the context here?
Yeah, and I think it's important to think in terms of the growth we're seeing now. It's new. We kind of got used to the idea that the power grid didn't need to expand very quickly. For about 2 decades, we had very low aggregate growth, like 0.5% a year. And now, if you add up everybody in line to get power, in the state of Texas, you're thinking something like 4 times the existing grid. So we're not going to 4x the grid overnight after being flat-footed for 2 decades. So that's sort of what sets the stage for the current moment. And I think the regulatory environment was designed to move slowly. It's supposed to move slowly because we're talking about something that people need to survive. So like when the lights go out, people die, bad things happen. So we have to be careful about it. So my idea is essentially to not tinker too much with the public grid as we know it, because it's too important. It's basically too big to fail, but it's sclerotic. It doesn't move very fast. It doesn't expand quickly. And we have a lot of new customers now that need power on very short notice. So if they're being told that they have to wait a decade for power, that's essentially the same thing to them as someone saying no. So they're exploring other options. And I think they should be absolutely free to build their own power networks of any size, of any number of customers, and that actually is it's an idea that its time has come. I mean, it's time to start thinking in new ways and in bigger picture ways about how to meet this challenge.
Yeah. Can you tell me a little bit? I know you talk about thinking in new ways and bigger picture ways. What exactly is consumer regulated electricity?
So it's a policy reform. It's an idea that essentially says if you're going private, if you're not connecting to the public grid, and you can use examples like you're talking about massive tech companies, really deep pockets, they're willing to make the investment. The question is, would they have to be regulated the same way as a public utility? Or especially if there's a transaction between, like, let's say it's a power supplier and a bunch of hyperscalers band together and build a new grid, and there's like 5 customers there. In most states, a retail sale from one entity to another makes them a public utility, subject to all sorts of regs and red tape. And the current model basically says if you're going to do that, then you have to ask for permission from a state commission. So state, usually public utility commission, public service, like these people are the gatekeepers. And they're needed for the regulated system, but I argue that they're not needed for private systems. Like, for example, if you're talking about ExxonMobil selling power to Google, which one of those companies needs, oversight, and who's going to be abused in that transaction? The whole idea of a state commission is to prevent abuse by the utility against customers. And so it really, that existing regulatory model just doesn't fit.
So what happens today? So in theory, why can't a private company just build a power plant and sell electricity to several data centers already? Like, why can't that happen today?
So it would be legally possible, but they would be subject to regulation. And so the same delays that impact the public grid, they'd be subject to all the same things. They'd be scrutinized in terms of what the investment would be. You would probably face rate regulation. So like private contracts, you wouldn't be able to put in the contract the thing that you want. It would be subject to a state's jurisdiction and oversight. We have actually seen some people do versions of this. In Texas, you can sell to one entity only and not be a public utility. So that was the case with the Gigawatt Ranch project that Amazon is going to be the customer of. You can sell that from one entity to one other entity and not be a public utility. So that's what they're taking advantage of in Texas. And I would argue that we should just make that the case for as many customers as you want. There are huge economies of scale on the power grid. That's the reason we have such big power grids now. So to take advantage of the scale economies and just build the grid that you need to build at the size that you need it with sort of freedom in terms of the number of customers.
So would you say the real problem is insufficient power, or more all of this regulation that only the utility monopoly is able to fit into?
Yeah, it's kind of a chicken or egg situation. And I think the fact that there's so much government intervention in the electricity industry is part of the problem here. I mean, a few years ago, the idea was that you wouldn't even be able to build any new gas plants. That was sort of the Biden proposition was, that the EPA was going to come in and be really tough on anything that emits greenhouse gases. So there's a lot of political uncertainty sort of baked in. So that's not helpful. The state regulatory environment is also not very helpful, just because, I don't think it's too controversial to say the commissions that regulate utilities, they have become really close with the utilities. So they often sort of sound kind of like them. And the idea of introducing new competition is scary, and they tend to oppose that. So I wouldn't want to ask that entity. You wouldn't want them to be the gatekeeper in terms of who can supply power, but that's exactly the way it works right now. So I would say let's remove the gatekeepers and find out how fast the power grid can move. It's kind of an open question because we don't really have the regulatory regime to allow that. So we don't really know, but I'm sure it can move faster.
So why would you say that the consumer regulated electricity is a better system than just reforming the current utility system?
So I think there's a lot of on-grid reforms that can and should take place, but there are thousands of people working in that space. I've sort of carved out the niche that I'm doing this off-grid stuff. But yeah, you can improve the grid. I advocate for things like transmission expansion, federal permitting reform. So it's still way too easy to sue a project into oblivion. It's really hard to build big stuff, especially if the infrastructure is in a straight line, like a gas pipeline or a transmission line that crosses a lot of properties, and it gets really dicey with eminent domain, and the projects can be sued to death. So I agree. I think it should be way easier to build than it is. But, as I said at the opening, the public grid, I'm reluctant to tinker with it too much, just because there's too much that depends on it, and it might impact residents and not just industries. So, I'm all for keeping rates down to the extent possible, and that's part of the catch here. Is if you wanted to massively expand the public grid, it's going to be a lot of investments, and it's going to there are going to be costs that are socialized across the entire rate base. So massive new transmission expansion, that's probably going to filter down into your rates. So the idea that a data center could spill costs over to you, that's a very real concern. And I think that's part of the reason why I like the private grid concept so much, is because it's absolutely clean. There's no way that those costs can spill over to you.
Can you just provide a little bit of context right now on how exactly those costs pass down to ratepayers? I know that's one of the big areas where a lot of ratepayers have very valid concerns, and at the same time, a lot of energy or data companies and data center companies will say, actually, it's not passing down costs. We're not doing this. But then there's this weird market dynamic, because the demand for power is getting all the utility companies to then build up more power that's then raising the prices, even though it's not necessarily the data center themselves. So can you just break down exactly how all of that works?
Yeah, and it's going to be different state to state. Each state has a different sort of cost allocation paradigm. But in general, let's say you want to build a massive new transmission line. And in part, let's say there's a specific example in Maryland where it's only something like a 70-something mile line, but it's being viewed as an extension cord for Virginia data centers. And in that case, it's the people of Maryland paying for the infrastructure that's needed for a data center that's not even in their state. So I'm sympathetic to that. You see a bunch of examples of it. Tends to be more on the transmission side of things, not much on the generation side, although there's some element of that too, where if everybody is competing to build power plants, the cost of the components is going to go up. I'm also very sensitive to the cost of nat gas in certain regions. So once you get enough people bidding up the demand for everything from the power plants themselves to transmission lines, that it's an expensive proposition. It's really hard to narrow it down and say only the new customers, only the large customers can pay for this, especially when, an example of like a federally jurisdictional grid, you would have at a certain high voltage, so a very high voltage line like 765 kV, you're going to socialize the cost of that just because it's such a backbone infrastructure. It's like it's too general to apply specifically to a single customer, or even a single class of customers. So the cost of things like that are automatically socialized. So you basically have no way of cleanly avoiding that cost spread.
Yeah. At the same time, with the demand for more power, you have innovation with more clean energy, more power than ever before. Is that what you're seeing too? And any specific examples you can share?
Oh yeah. So I'm really bullish on new geothermal.
Yeah.
And there's about a dozen different nuclear startups that are very promising, and some have gone critical over the past few months. And that's a really exciting thing to watch because, everybody talks about clean firm, the need for clean firm energy. So something that can run 24/7, like nukes are a great example. That I think paired with the fact that tech companies are very environment forward, they have net zero goals and things like that. So in the short term, they're going to use gas because it's quick. In the longer term, I see them transitioning to new clean firm. And that's exciting because they have the political will to do it, the willingness to pay, because it's going to cost probably a little bit more, especially at first. But the way that you can scale those technologies, I think that's almost bound to be the answer, and some combination of solar and batteries and all sorts of stuff. But the new technology, especially on deep geothermal and the new, especially the smaller modular nukes, there's just one of those companies is bound to break through. I can't predict which one, but there's a dozen promising ones, and I think it's I have a very optimistic view of that.
What does this look like globally? I know the U.S. doesn't have the most power supply, but other countries are pretty competitive here.
Yeah, the chart that's really eye-opening is the growth in electricity production in China versus the U.S. They have lapped us, and they continue to do so, and they're just growing way faster than we can. Globally, I think the competition is pretty fierce, and I think if you add in the benefits of the U.S., like stability in terms of politics, generally favorable environment for a business, we're still in the running. But it's really it's been eye-opening to see how fast China has been able to build out its grid, and the question is, can we keep up, or are people going to end up going to other countries altogether? So there's sort of a state-by-state competition within the U.S., and then is the U.S. even going to be able to meet this demand at all, and will it go elsewhere?
Yeah, something I want to get your perspective on, because you are in D.C. People are often stating regulation and slowness, and how are we able to compete, especially when it comes to these giant industrial builds and building new power grids as well. This seems like something that the current administration is aware of, and people want change. People want to be able to, I guess, bulldoze regulations in certain cases as well. And so is this actually changing things, or are we still at a standstill?
So I give the Trump administration a lot of credit on making it easier to build new nuclear. So that has been a huge push, and they're doing excellent work there. And I have to give them credit for being pro data center. I mean, there's a populist backlash right now. The polling is terrible. So to sort of stick to your guns and say, no, we actually want this economic growth. We want to build that here. I think I give them a lot of credit. But when it comes to the power grid, there isn't a whole lot that they can do. And in fact, that's part of the reason I want to push the private grids idea, is because I'm not sure that even if the government got involved, I'm not sure you would want them involved. And a scary thought that I bring up occasionally is, what if the next president doesn't like data centers at all? And if they're incredibly antagonistic, what could the federal government do to stop them? And I think it would be very straightforward for the next president to basically issue an executive order saying, I'm worried about the grid. These large customers, especially the computational loads, they're scary to me, and I'm going to basically say they can't connect to the grid. I think that is a realistic possibility. Yeah. And we've sort of gotten complacent because Trump is so pro data center that we haven't thought about what the next person might be.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. I haven't even thought about that directly as well. One of the things I'm curious about, I mean, it's no secret people hate data centers. I think I saw one stat where the amount of money that you pay to actually get a data center, most of it is in trying to convince people and the actual regulation there rather than actually building up the data center itself. And so there's a few things that confuse me. On one end, there's certain ways to build data centers to not make them an eyesore, not make them as environmentally costing and hurt taxpayers and hurt the local environment as well. And yet it feels like a lot of these companies who are building out the data centers aren't actually building in ways where that is true. And so I want to see, one, is that even correct? Is that theory that I have correct? And then two, if that is correct, why is that the case? Why don't they just spend a little bit more money to build a data center that people would like, that helps the local community, that isn't as environmentally taxing, and they can spend less on having to convince everyone that they're not evil?
That's exactly the right question. And I've seen some new campaigns crop up where it's sort of it's a PR campaign. And so they must be spending a lot on those if I'm seeing them everywhere, and I am. So yeah, that's a great question, because I think we should acknowledge the missteps. There are some of the sites in Virginia, you go there, you can film it with your phone, and it's loud. And if it's a diesel generator, it's going to have some exhaust. So basically, there's like gray smoke and noise, and people just reject that. They don't want that anywhere near where they live. And that's the other thing, is a lot of these are sited pretty close to where people live. Yeah. So I think the mindset is already shifting. So the folks building these projects are thinking more in terms of let's not just meet the code in terms of like go right up against the noise threshold, because that's kind of what they did. Let's not just meet the code. Let's meet people where they're comfortable. And so sometimes that's going to be much stricter than the building codes. And I embrace that change. I think they're learning. They got it wrong in a few cases. But yeah, in terms of the noise and the exhaust and all that stuff, you can mitigate all of that. But it might cost more. And I think they're realizing now that cost is, that would be money very well spent. Yeah. Especially because now we're seeing whole states issuing, the pause and study type, I don't want to call them moratoria. I think the governors are open if everything is built correctly and in a way that they're comfortable with. But I mean, state of New York, we just saw some news from Pennsylvania. They're sort of trending in that same direction of we're going to scrutinize the heck out of these projects. And I think it would be a very wise move to say, actually, we agree with you. We had some missteps early on and we're fixing it. And part of it, I think, just siting it somewhere else. If you want to site near a robust transmission system and robust fiber, you're probably going to be close to people. And I think they're starting to think instead in terms of, well, let's site where there's no problem. Often that's going to be in the middle of nowhere. There's even folks talking about orbit. So if you're thinking about going to outer space, I would just pause and say, maybe go into like middle of nowhere, Utah and Wyoming and Texas first. And that's where a lot of these projects are cropping up. And so the job that I bring to the table, I am trying to change the state policy to allow that to happen and to give, the regulatory certainty that if you do that, you're not going to be a public utility.
Okay. That's interesting. I guess that is good to note that these companies are aware and not trying to do just meet the noise threshold, but actually do something that the public wouldn't hate them, I guess, for doing. That's actually happening. I guess what I interpreted is, even though there is such demand from people on the ground to build data centers in certain ways, still money talks, and they're more incentivized by the actual spend and the cost rather than trying to appease the people. But it's so hated that at this point, maybe that actually is changing policy.
I should note that I'm seeing a little bit of the opposite too. In states where the build out has been slower, a lot of those folks in the business world, in politics, they're saying, hey, wait a minute, why wouldn't they come to our state? And in a lot of cases, it's because either the grid is slow or there's no spare juice. So you could say yes in a state like Oklahoma, Utah, Texas, Wyoming, you can say yes, and the grid won't be the thing holding you back because these folks will come in and basically build their own grid.
Yeah. So private data centers or private grids for data centers seems like one very clear way to make the public not have that cost go onto them. What are the other ways that you think data centers could be built in a more ethical way where the public would be more receptive to having these in their community?
Well, the president has issued a challenge, the Ratepayer Protection Pledge, that at first it was a lot of large customers signing on to it. Now that's getting to be more governors and utilities themselves, and those are the entities responsible for retail rates. So I think everybody's focused on the right mission, which is say yes to economic development, but say no to spilling those costs over to others. And even things like the favoritism in the tax code. I'm sure they will not love to hear me say this, but let's do away with that. Let's, the incentive is just we'll let you build here. So we don't need to sort of throw the tax code, like that favoritism. We don't need to incentivize the industry. I'm pretty sure it's going to get built out in any case. So stop subsidizing it, stop giving it any kind of special treatment, and I think people will respond to that. And if it's not increasing their retail rates, like if your power bill is not going to go up because you said yes, I think people are going to be all for it, and especially. We have some good case studies now where the counties that have grown, they're able to actually reduce their tax rates because the tax base has grown so much. You can say yes to things like new schools, new parks, et cetera. So I think it's, states will come around and say, in that competition of who gets the build out, I think it's not about trying to lure them with tax credits. It's about just saying yes and saying, yeah, you can build in our state.
Yeah. Do you see the future of AI companies also becoming energy companies?
I'm already seeing it. Google acquired Intersect Power. And one reason that's important is, the pure self-supply arrangement has always been perfectly legal. You can generate your own power. You're not even selling to anybody. It's within the company. So you might see tech companies acquire power development companies so that they can get the self-supply arrangement. But when that happens, that indicates to me that it's a valuable arrangement, and let's open it up to, you don't have to actually acquire that company. You could just work with them by contract. Because I'm curious how many of those would be happening by contract in states where that would turn you into a public utility, and everybody wants to avoid that. That is a headache for a lot of reasons. So if you legalize that transaction, that contract, that arm's length transaction, instead of having tech companies go out and acquire these power companies, I think that opens the door to a lot of new activity. But yeah, that's the tech companies are already in this space, and it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah. Well, Travis, really wanted to thank you for joining us today on MTS. This is a fascinating conversation, and I definitely learned a lot. So thank you for joining.
It's just great to join. Thank you.
And we'll be back with MTS. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined by Matt Duffy, who is a data scientist and writer based in Washington, D.C., whose work examines institutional incentives, measurement, education, technology, and public policy. And his recent Palladium essay, Mesa Optimization is Destroying Education, explains the widening gap between academic credentials and actual student mastery. So, Matt, excited to have you today on MTS to talk more about this essay.
Thanks a lot, Sophia. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you for being here. Maybe a great place to start is just talking about Mesa optimization. How exactly is this applied within education today?
Yeah, I think the way I thought about it is I'm taking a machine learning concept, an AI concept, and applying it to social research. So there's going to be some little gaps there, but I think it's a useful way of thinking about it. And the classical interpretation of Mesa optimization is you take a base optimizer that's trying to optimize for some kind of outcome. Well, downstream of the topmost system, they start optimizing for things that are correlated but not directly related to the outcome. So one of the canonical examples given in the less wrong world or the AI community is thinking about it through the lens of evolution, where the broad goal of evolution is to propagate traits down through generations to get optimal outcomes. But along the way, you can create humans who are not always interested in taking the kinds of actions that are going to propagate their traits forward. They may choose not to have kids, become celibate. They're interested in other things. So that's just one kind of a little bit of an odd example of how it works. But I found it to be a useful way to think about human systems themselves, because often we run into situations where I think the easiest way to think about it is when you look at a problem, you can, and a lot of people have a sense that the problem is going wrong, but nobody can find a specific root cause. So in the US, you can think about things like healthcare, you can think about things like education. Those are just kind of nasty problems with a bunch of messy parts that come together. And I think it's useful to think about them through the lens of Mesa optimization, where we've kicked off a process and it's producing some kind of different outcome. And now we have to rethink how we can kind of kick the process back into order without trying to, point fingers or do a blame game kind of thing.
Yeah, you can think a lot of problems in that way, especially GDP growth. You can do the Mesa optimizer version of that as well. How does that exactly differ from something like Goodhart's law, where the metric just stops working the more you optimize for that specific metric?
Absolutely. I think it's quite related. And in fact, I use Campbell's law in the piece, which is directly related to Goodhart's law. I think they are related. I think when I think about education as a process, it's a cascade of many, many metrics, and the incentives aren't always directly pointed at a specific metric. So I might go to an example and kind of the reason that I kicked off this research. So I grew up in the Northern Virginia area, which is has a great school system. And we had these standardized exams called the SOLs. When I was growing up, those exams were kind of an afterthought in the schools, because the schools knew that their curriculum was so far ahead. They knew the students were going to do well on it. It was just kind of a day you showed up and took the test. Fast forward, and now I'm trying to put a kid through school, and my sister and her husband were looking at it, and they were noticing that the curriculums were quite different and optimized to the test. And you wonder why a system that is generically the same, you still have really talented students coming through really good schools, why would their curriculum dumb down to go to the test or directly to the test? I don't think that's cleanly explained purely through metrics. I think you have to think about gradients of perspective. So you've got parents that have pressures, you have instructors that have pressures, you have topmost administrators that have pressures, you have a job system, a college system that has certain pressures, and all of these are shifting things in a specific direction. So it's not a specific metric that you can think about optimizing on, but a big ship and a confluence of metrics, which is why I think it's more useful to think about it as a broader institution, as an organism phenomenon.
One thing I'm curious to get your perspective on as well is when you think about education as a whole, even the objective of what it means to have a good education. You mentioned I think it was your nephew you said you mentioned, or your son.
My son, yeah.
Yeah, your son. Even just education today, people have different rules or thoughts on, is this for socializing? What should you learn? What is the role of a good education? what should it be? And so curious to get your perspective here on who actually decides what the real objective of education is.
I think that's a really interesting question, and this gets to, I'm going to glide a little bit into some of my solution here. I think that's a very tough problem. I think ultimately, you know, you want to produce strong human capital in your workforce and performing your society's objectives, right? So I think everybody can kind of agree on that broader goal. How you get there is a totally different story. And I think one way that our system, and this kind of gets a little bit closer to good heart and less away from meta optimization, but one way our system has kind of drifted from that, a friend of mine, Russ Green, often talks about the difference between what a meritocracy optimizes for and what achievement would optimize for. And so I think, you know, I don't know who gets to decide where the optimum is in our system, but anything that shifts a little bit more towards achievement and a little bit less towards aptitude would be a better design system.
Yeah. I wanted to bring up your essay because when I was reading it, this is my favorite / most shocking stat. You said, at UC San Diego, a 2025 report found that roughly 1 in 8 incoming freshmen tested below high school level in math. That's fascinating. Is this becoming more and more the case lately in modern day, or has this been an issue over the past decade?
Well, I think when you look at our performance on, you know, the NAEP exams in math, it's been an issue for a while and a continuing issue. And I would suggest that even the stats aren't telling the full story, because I think what's really happening is we have some serious high flyers that are pulling up the scores, and you know your bottom 50th percentile is continuing to just get worse and worse. So I would say I think the problem is getting worse. I suspect that current trends of using AI in education are going to make it worse in the short term. Just students not internalizing knowledge and relying on the tool to get to answers. But yeah, I think my broad perspective is that it's getting a bit worse now.
Yeah, you hinted towards what I thought was the case. When I first read the stat, I assumed it was because of AI being used in classrooms. There's this chart of how well you can do on homework when you use AI and how well you do on the test when you use AI versus the opposite of when you don't. And so that was my immediate thought. But as you alluded to, this has actually been an issue for the past decade, for a while. This is not necessarily completely new. And so curious to get your perspective. What does that actually tell you about what grades mean today?
Well, I think the clear case is that grade inflation has totally destroyed the signal from grades, and it's impossible to rely on them. And what I think is becoming worse potentially is that it's not even just the grade, but it's the course that the student took. So the thing that strikes me about the UCSD result is these kids aren't coming in with like just normal, you know, it's not like the lowest level of high school math you can achieve. Presumably, most of them are getting passing grades in advanced math classes, and they're still unable to do these kinds of problems. So that to me is an indication that not only have the grades become inflated to such a degree that we can't rely on them, but the actual course has become depleted because we can't trust that the grade is even reflecting work at the course, you know, on the course's syllabus.
Yeah. On the other end, you have these standardized tests, even the AP system. I always was thinking it was silly how I have this AP test and then I have to buy all these books to study for the AP test. And then the teachers have to buy books from that same company to then learn how to teach us about how to study for this test. And I remember thinking, even when I was in high school, wow, whoever runs this company is probably making a ton of money off of making everyone have to follow and get the scores to this exact benchmark. But wondering now that you can grade inflate as easy as possible, you can actually standardized tests can easily be coached. What's the actual metric? How do you actually measure someone's intelligence, and what's a system that you would trust?
Yeah, I think this is a really tough question. It is why I've started turning to AI. I think one thing it's already happening with the SAT a little bit is the adaptive testing approach. So you know, questions get harder. But what I think AI brings to the table, and what some other important thinkers in the space have pointed out, people like Kelsey Piper, I would point to. We can design a system that teaches kids at their level and at the maximum of their level. So you're able to measure them in a more standard way across the board using a tool that is not subject to these kinds of parental pressures and administrative pressures. So that's one piece. So I think you get the assessment right. The second piece is a student that's falling behind in reading but excels in math can be taught both at the same level that they're at through a tool like that with a teacher as a mentor. So that's one way. So one, I think of AI as setting the bar. So I'm sorry, I kind of I've spun away from your original question, but I think of AI as setting the bar. It's a hard to move bar, and it's a bar that can measure more complex things. So it doesn't need to be like multiple choice types of questions. It can assess your work on all kinds of questions. So that's one way to do it, set the firm bar. And then the second way to do it is to set a kind of grade-wide bar or a global bar of achievement required to get to kind of next phases of education. The design of that is kind of up in the air because I think you have to rethink the entire progressive education system to get to where this would be optimal. But that's kind of my pie in the sky thinking about it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask specifically is, do you see this continuous AI assessment actually replacing something like the SAT?
Potentially. And getting back to the thing I mentioned earlier, I think one thing that AI could be particularly good at is measuring achievement as opposed to aptitude, which could give you a better sense of the kind of joint ability of a student to have the smarts in general, but also to work very hard at things. I think a well-designed AI assessment can test both aptitude and kind of motivation and go-getterness. So I could see tooling like that for sure augmenting something like the SAT, but and potentially replacing it. Again, a lot of this requires a lot of willpower. I think in the piece I mentioned, you need a state that's going to devote to a system like this. You're going to have your private schools like Alpha School that are going to do it. I think they'll probably prove the way. But you're going to need to do it in the broader system. You're going to need somebody to commit, and you're going to need those commitments to be kind of phased in large chunks. Like 1, AI as assessor, 2, AI as replacement assessor or augmentative assessor, and 3, rethinking the way that we assess in general. Are we going to assess purely on aptitude, or are we going to kind of assess effort?
Do you see that the problem with education is basically the same problem we have with AI benchmarks? If you're measuring what's easy to score, that you can confuse that score with the actual capability of a model?
I think that's a good hard problem, but I think, when in the piece, I took a very long view of what's going on in education. And I think a lot of it, again, I talked a little bit about the optimization pressure. I think a lot of it is this long optimization pressure. So think back to like when the GI Bill kicked into play, that sent a ton of people to colleges. Colleges weren't really even ready for this inundation of students. And what did it do to employers? It made it really cheap for them to require a bachelor's degree for jobs that they previously didn't require a bachelor's degree for. So I think you've got these kind of cascading effects where job market is demanding more. That puts pressure on colleges to graduate more people. That puts pressure on high schools to get more people into college, and all the way cascading down the system. You're right. You've set a benchmark, but now you're beating the benchmark in kind of artificial ways in order to achieve these kind of gates of progress.
And even for education specifically, it's so tied into funding. Even at the age of kindergarten, your scores determine what your elementary school actually gets funded in your local community. And so do you see a world where almost the more consequential the metric, the more gamified it becomes?
I think that's absolutely true. I mean, I know there's a lot of problems with the funding problem, and that for sure drives gaming. Like there's just no way around it. If your school is going to get 20% less money next year, if the students don't do well enough, you're going to make sure they do well enough. And I suspect that's why, to come back to an earlier point in the conversation, we saw, the syllabus, even in an area that always has good students, always has had good schools, even historically, even before standardized exams, are building curricula that are teaching to the test. because they know like they need to be very sure that they're going to get this funding next year.
Yeah. For when you talked about the actual using AI to do a continuous assessment, how do you actually audit that? So what are you expecting if you're trying to see and judge a student from that? Are you seeing the questions, the scoring logic, maybe what model was used? How does that work exactly?
I think so. Much like AI systems publish model cards, I think you could do the same thing for an assessment system. So you would have something akin to a model card that would have certain calibration metrics. So, whether this is set to the hard difficulty or the medium difficulty, you would have some kind of baseline difficulty that is required. And then schools could probably opt into a little bit harder. Students themselves could possibly opt into a little bit harder to demonstrate more achievement on their own. So that would be one part of it. And then on the backside, I imagine that, especially since in the vision, it's an infinitely adaptive test. So there's no gaming to the questions. There's no real pure bank to pull from because it can be purely generative on the kinds of questions it asks. But in post, you would want to see what those questions are and make sure that it's not, you're not seeing things like model drift. It's getting too hard or too easy over time.
But in theory, there's not really a huge incentive to adopt this, because if you're the school yourself, you'll make all of your outcomes look a lot worse. It seems like all your students are a lot dumber, or you won't get that grant that was promised if you get really high math scores or something like that. And so is there an incentive for adopting the system?
Yeah, I don't know what the incentive would be, and I think you hit on probably the most difficult problem and the most wishful part of my piece. I think you do have pathfinders, right? So pathfinders are going to be these private schools that are going to do it. It's going to be the office schools, and I'm sure that they're going to have competitors as we go forward into the AI age. So those will be setting kind of a different bar that colleges can set a demand signal on, and perhaps signal to the public sector. Perhaps that provides some incentive. Yeah. Otherwise, as I said, I think it's going to require a state that has unusual cover, like an unusual political cover, unusually good school system that can absorb the blow, perhaps, of learning that their students aren't quite so good and adapt off of that. But I think those would be the two factors that would drive the incentive. Probably the private sector more so. So private education adopting this and seeing really strong results from their students would really force the hand in the public system.
Yeah, it's interesting because I see so many parallels with how you actually assess models. And in this world, there's a huge urge to have these independent organizations that can come into a frontier lab or come and actually start to measure these models independently. So it helps the incentives, because if you're the one benchmarking, you say, like, wow, we're the top of the benchmark, we beat everyone else, but it's your own benchmark. It's not completely accurate. And so I'm wondering if you see the future of education is going to be similar. Maybe you have these independent committees that come into schools and assess them, and maybe they use exactly what you talked about, having some AI continuous learning assessment that way. And then you can then have, I assume it'd probably start with private schools like Alpha School or different types who have similar thoughts as you, but then now they have these independent orgs that are measuring them. So as a school, you're incentivized to just provide the best education possible because you care about these independent orgs assessing your students rather than trying to get a perfect score on some benchmark or test.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think you're absolutely right that independent audit is probably part of the solution. And also I think the benefit of organizations like what you see in AI. So you've got these ultimately private organizations that are setting these bars. I think a similar method in the education space as AI is applied to education would work better than perhaps like a government instituted organization, mostly because they can retain that level of independence and really press on the they'll be able to really press on whether the models are doing better, and they'll be able to press the education system a little bit more, doing independent assessment.
Yeah. May I ask a personal question for your son? How are you seeing his educational journey? Are you doing different types of schooling, regular public schooling, or are you doing some tutoring outside of the typical way? Oh, how are you doing this like for your own kid?
Yeah, that's a really great question. He's quite young, so we've got a 3-year-old, so we're at the very beginning of this journey. But he is starting his first real school very soon. We've had a lot of conversations around it. I think we're going to be a little bit of wait and see in the early phase, see how he's adapting and growing, and rely on ourselves a little bit. I think we are going to keep a close eye on what's going on in the AI education space, particularly organizations like Alpha School. And I think in like 2 to 3 years, we're going to reach kind of a decision point on that front, thinking about how we're going to do this, whether it's going to be rolling through the system as it is and thinking that things are going to get better, or that we can provide the supplementation at home, or shifting to a more private organization.
Yeah, I'm seeing homeschooling is on a huge rise ever since the pandemic, and especially now with AI and people just asking what is the role of an education in general. If you were giving advice to a parent, they have school-age children and they're trying to figure out, how do I actually give my kid the best education? What advice would you give them?
Man, that's a really good question. And I don't know if I have great advice. Because I think, everybody's situation is quite different. You mentioned homeschool, and I'm like, not for me. I don't think I have the constitution to do it, which is fine. To each their own on that. But I think you should be wary of where the public school system is going as it stands right now, and seek to identify improvements in the system. I would be keen on keeping your eye on what's going on in the AI space, and using AI tooling or other tooling outside of the classroom to help bolster your kids' education, so that you can feel a little bit more confidence that they're getting the education they need.
Yeah, well, Matt, really wanted to appreciate you for coming on to MTS today. I was asking questions that I'm particularly interested in for myself, so slightly self-serving here as well. I think a lot about this. In addition, I'm in my older 20s. I don't plan to have kids anytime soon, but this is something that I think about a lot when I have my own kids. How is the education system going to change? And as someone who's a crazy optimist, in my head, I am certain that by the time I have school-age children, we will have figured out how to do education as optimally as possible. How do we have brains who can critically think and teach the next generation? I just feel that in my heart to be the case, to be true. And it definitely is people like you and the research that you're doing that help get that into the public sphere, get that to be top of people's mind, and try to start changing up these long legacy systems for the better. So yeah, Matt, really wanted to thank you for coming on today.
Thank you very much, and totally agree.
Yeah, appreciate it. And we'll be back with MTS.
All right, we are back for some discourse. It's time for discourse review.
Time for discourse review, indeed.
Starting with Shilmanot, who we just had on MTS 2 days ago?
Yeah.
Cool guy. Says support for data centers really collapsed fast. A year ago, Republicans were plus 14 net support for one nearby. Independents and Democrats slightly negative. Now every group is deeply opposed. Data centers are a rare issue that unites everyone against them. So look at how support has collapsed since August 2025.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. We just had on earlier Travis, who studies data centers specifically, and who's also talking about this. And weirdly enough, the Trump administration, even though they typically do sometimes often populist policies, here they are the ones very promoting a lot of the regulation that allows data centers to happen. Even though party lines, everyone agrees they all hate data centers.
Yeah, this kind of reminds me of something I tweeted about yesterday, which was there's this Florida gubernatorial candidate named James Fishback.
Oh God.
Who ran for governor of Florida as a Republican, and he was like a groyper. His campaign was very much dedicated to getting attention on the internet. But you might notice that he announced his campaign in November of 2025. And he said, I'll stop the H-1B scam, tell Blackstone they can't buy our homes, cancel AI data centers, and abolish property taxes.
Before his time.
So it's standard populism, but for him to say cancel AI data centers, I thought showed some good political instincts. People took this to mean I was endorsing Fishback's campaign.
Some people,
which
including
I was not,
myself, which I was kidding.
Not an endorsement, but definitely shows that this is an issue that people with foresight could see a year ago that data centers would become very unpopular very fast.
Yeah, and it's the one thing they all agree on.
Indeed, this has happened. So for Democrats to be minus 75 popularity, that means for example, 85% would be opposed and 10% would be for or something.
What I don't totally understand is it's so obvious why people hate data centers, and still when they're building data centers, they do it just up to the code. So a certain noise level, you could just make it way less noisy and have people and spend maybe a little bit more money to build something that's not a huge eyesore, not as loud, and yet they often do it right up to the code. And you'd think because it's so unpopular, just spend a little bit more money and have them not be so hated. And that would go a really long way. I do believe sentiment is kind of changing on how they build these data centers, but still, it's you would think there's ways to build them that aren't so harmful to local communities, and yet
I just reject the premise that it is harmful to local communities.
What are you talking about? What do you mean? You reject the premise that it's harmful? It's just they're building them super close to actual populations as well. You'd think that
really.
Often a lot of them too, because there's specific things that they need when it comes to the data centers and why they're building them close to where the actual civilizations are. The largest aren't, but they are still building data centers in actual communities where people live, and it's incredibly harmful to people who live there. They hate it, and they're eyesores. They're awful. I would hate living near a data center. I would never want to do that. But there are ways you can build them to make them less harmful. And
look at all the crap we live near. Look at all the eyesores that we live near.
It's just not. It's not. It's not equivalent. It's not equivalent.
Look at this thing. This is a giant parking lot in the middle of Soma with all these ugly buildings around it.
Yeah, I mean they're ugly, but they're not data centers.
So
just even at some points. But my point is there's ways, not all data centers are equivalent. Is this much better than a
data center?
Yes.
Why?
Yes. These are just on so many different levels. I feel like this is a silly argument.
Why? It's an industrial building. It's the same kind of thing.
It does. A lot of data centers are just on diesel. They are loud and they produce smog. All the smog. There's no diesel happening in this specific Zipcar location parking lot.
Small data centers that are built in neighborhoods generally don't have diesel generators attached to them.
Not all, some do. That's the thing. Not all data centers are the same. I agree on that standpoint. And there's certain data centers that aren't that bad. There's certain data centers that do look like this, that look like the Zipcar location. And some people might not even know there's a data center in their communities. And so for those, fine. But we should just incentivize to build all data centers in a way that aren't hurtful to your local ecosystems. And yet, still, so many data centers are built out in ways that...
I mean, I don't think they should build data centers in the middle of Soma because the land is too expensive.
Yeah, you can... But it's not good for gentrification, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, like I mean, in normal like free market systems, like the only reason you would ever build a data center in a city is if you have like extraordinarily high demand for low latency, which like you see this actually there are a couple of data centers in like New York, in like Manhattan, because high frequency trading firms need access to very low latency computing systems. And people generally don't know that they're even there because they're so unobtrusive.
That's not true for all data centers, especially the ones that they're building for like the main ones that they're building. Those are just like small examples to prove that they're not that bad. The most of the creation of data centers, they're in really highly populated areas, or not super highly populated, but definitely near people because they want to be next to like fiber optic cable networks, right? And places with established electrical grids and water systems, and you can reduce internet lag. And I think there is solutions. You can have not have your energy supply connected to the local power grid. So off-power electrical grids would be a huge thing, and then you can have them in the middle of nowhere. And there are data centers in the middle of nowhere, but there's still a lot of data centers that are close to people and definitely affect local populations. And it makes sense why there's so much hate for it. I get why there's so much hate.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
It totally makes sense.
How many people in total in the entire United States are actually tangibly negatively impacted by data centers in some way? Like via noise, for example. It cannot possibly be that many people. Like, for example, Loudoun County, Virginia, which is one of the richest counties in the entire country, was like the hub of all of the, not all, but like many, many, many data centers in the US are here in Loudoun County. And people generally didn't complain about them until like a couple of years ago. Like these buildings here are data centers.
I agree with you on one thing. I think that there is more, it's top of mind. Data centers are not necessarily new. They have been existing for forever. And even AI's use of data centers is not clear that it's even that significant at all. So a lot of the people who are complaining about them are like jumping onto the bandwagon. Definitely agree with that. On the other end, not all data centers are equal. You can do a lot of things to build data centers in ways that don't hurt local populations or don't hurt the local environment as much, and yet that hasn't really been happening. And so I think this disdain
has been happening.
Not as much as you would think.
This is what the labs are doing.
Not necessarily. They say they're doing that, but the ones that are being recently built, they're still diesel at a huge rate. They're super loud. They're just meeting compliant codes. They can easily reduce that, and they're not. They're still one thing. They're still, a lot of them are mainly connected to existing power grids. So like it's not that typical to have them on an independent power grid, which you can. They're getting things passed now where you can establish a new electrical grid that's not connected to the existing power grid to not increase rate taxes for your local community, and yet that's not necessarily happening. So,
data centers do generate enormous amounts of money for local communities through property taxes.
Yeah, fair. Would you want to live right next to one of the actual industrial data centers? That's all like. My point is, I'm not anti-data centers. I'm a host of a AI tech show. I'm just urging to build data centers in ways that don't affect local ecosystems and communities as much. And there's very obvious solutions, like off-grid data centers that aren't connected to the power grid. So
that would require like diesel generation, which is exactly what you said was bad.
Or you can not necessarily do nuclear. But just not have it be connected to the local power grid.
Good luck getting like people in a local area in the United States to approve a nuclear power plant. If they're not going to approve a data center, what makes you think they're going to approve a nuclear power plant?
Or making them quieter. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair too.
Like the actual solution, I think, is just build them in more remote places, farther away from people.
Yeah, but that's hard to do right now with just. Totally. Actually, that's not. You know what? That is the solution, and it's not that hard to do. But there's some small economic costs to doing that because you're not as close to fiber optic cable networks or whatever.
No, that doesn't matter for AI. That matters for like high frequency trading. But like, look at where the new like Ports Pike OpenAI data center in Ohio is. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I definitely encourage them to continue building them out in the middle of the nowhere.
Yeah.
And so, but we'll see. Yeah, I think the disdain, I mean, hopefully on the good end, there's so much more incentive to do like thermal. I think thermal would be cool. Different types of energy.
Thermal
different,
what?
Like thermal energy.
Like geothermal
energy? Yeah, geothermal energy. I know some people working on that.
Yeah, they actually talk about this in Age of M, believe it or not.
Yeah?
They talk about M cities, which are essentially the same thing as data centers. Like they're giant compute clusters.
Oh.
And they talk about how like M cities will be incentivized to be located in places with lots of like free cooling and water. So like on the coast in Norway, for example. But in real life, of course, they're not going to allow any construction of data centers on the coast in Norway.
We will see.
Yeah, so Americans' openness to data centers has kept declining. So a year ago, 43% of Americans strongly or somewhat supported a data center being built near where you live.
That's high. That's way higher than I assumed it was.
Now that number is 15%. So it's gone down from 43% to 15%.
43's.
So yeah, the amount of people who support data centers has decreased by 2/3 in a year. Yeah, I just don't get it.
What do you mean? I think it also just gives people a very tangible thing, people to hate on. Is all of it justified? You know,
No.
There's lots
No.
I agree with there.
No,
Obviously, not all of it is justified,
Yeah.
but there are very specific harms that can be reduced, and hopefully this public disdain will help create better systems and what you're actually building out for the future. So
Yeah,
we will see.
Here's a hot take. Just build them all in like rural West Virginia. You know, West Virginia as a state has been like struggling immensely for quite a while. I'm pretty sure it's the only state whose population has declined over the last 50 years or so. And this is largely because West Virginia used to have a booming coal mining economy, and then all of the coal mining went away for the most part. Like a lot of these mines have shut down. A lot of the towns that depended on these for their local economies are no longer able to rely on this. And so a huge number of people have moved out of West Virginia. And so the state is like really struggling. You know, Appalachia is like the Rust Belt is one of the poorest, most struggling areas of America. If you want some kind of industrial revitalization in these places, like we have like a perfect thing for this, which is data centers. They should be building data centers in like rural West Virginia. This would like solve all the state's like budget deficit issues just from being able to collect more in property taxes. It would create jobs for local communities in construction and in like ongoing maintenance of data centers. Like there are some jobs created directly from these. There are also lots of jobs created indirectly from these, from all of the jobs that have so far been created by AI that has been enabled by data centers. I think modern Americans are like so detached from like where exactly the inputs of the things that they love come from. So like, for example, your computer, your phone, your glasses, your clothes, they have to be manufactured somewhere. They have to come out of a factory, which means that factories have to be built in places.
Yeah, but this works for training. Inference, data centers that are processing a lot of inference just have to be closer to fiber optic cables. That's why you can't just have all of these really far out there. And right now, what did AMD say?
You can build out networking though. Like you can build data centers in the middle of nowhere.
And for training as much, but not for inference. The cost of doing that for inference is a lot harder.
You can build out networking.
Yeah,
the cost is not really a concern.
Yeah, but still, the rate of them is not the same. And inference is going to be the main. I mean, what did AMD recently predict? That inference is going to start flipping training in terms of actual compute.
This has already happened. Like this happened a year or two ago.
Or like the cost, like the 80-20 or something like that. Yeah, I trading data centers are just like easier. Like how do you actually? What did you say about network? You get. Yeah. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, I definitely think if you build them out, especially in areas that need revitalization in industrial worlds, totally, I agree. But yeah, we'll see if that happens.
Yep.
Let's build more edge computing networks and make that a reality.
Edge computing networks are data centers.
Out there.
Anyway, Muse Spark 1.2, Alexander Wang of Meta Superintelligence just announced a new, I'm not sure what this is, multimodality for Muse Spark 1.2. He says it's a very strong multimodal model. It can do visual coding, robotics planning, and audio-visual understanding that all come together through agentic tools. It is pretty cool that just like normal LLMs can now be used for robotics.
I'm excited about this. What's that meme where it's like, give me $1,000 and I'll show you what I can build, or the robot that was built with like $1,000 or something like that? I don't know. I'm excited for this. The future is, I mean, OpenAI, all of them, they're all hiring their robotics teams. We're doing Talent Watch, and a lot of the new talent is coming into the robotics departments.
Right.
Did they even just, who was it that bought a bunch of land in Oakland? Was that Jeff Bezos, or who just bought a ton of, and I think it's specifically for physical AI is what they're going to do with that. Yeah, maybe, can you look that up?
Look what up?
Who bought the land, all this, and for AI. There was like just a bunch of, Jeff Bezos is doing a new AI startup project, and he just bought a bunch. What do you buy? He just leased 100,000 square foot industrial R&D space in American Steel Blocks in Oakland. Yeah.
OpenAI actually just did the same thing.
Bullish for Oakland real estate.
They just leased a gigantic industrial site in Richmond, California, also in the Bay Area, 200,000 square feet, which is going to be used likely for robotics.
Fascinating.
And it will bring 730 jobs to Richmond.
Yeah, that's great. I'm so excited for the physical AI wave of things. I know we had Matic Robotics, and at first we were, okay, what is this vacuum company working on? But I want one. I think just having these physical, when people always talk about like, how is this actually going to apply in our lives? What's this actually going to look like? The physical aspect of it is the most concrete example of what it can do. Who was it? We interviewed the guy from Zipline, and he was talking about how one of his big motivations in life is he used to just read a lot of sci-fi, and he's like, how do I actually build the world that I pictured in my head when I would read sci-fi novels? And the world I pictured in my head, obviously there's so much intelligence in our digital systems, but the world I pictured in my head when I had all this was there were robots. There were flying drones delivering my Uber Eats food and medicine supplies. And so excited to see all of the growth. I think
it's starting to happen.
Yeah. 2027 will be the year of physical.
MuseSpark 1.2. They launched MuseSpark 1.2 earlier this month, and now they're sharing new evals on its multimodal capabilities. So it performs basically almost as well as GPT 5.6 Solid Zero Bench, which is visual benchmark for contemporary large multimodal models. It performs worse than Gemini 3.7 Flash on simple VQA, which is multimodal. Interesting. Multimodal benchmark to evaluate the factuality ability of MLLMs to answer natural language short questions. That's interesting. And then on Charksive reasoning, which is reasoning based on different charts from archive papers. So it has definitely improved on multimodality over MuseSpark when given tools, but not without tools. This actually doesn't look that good, actually. Seems like less of an improvement than I would have expected. But yeah, like it can create visual artifacts. What did it do? It generated a game with Godot. Can I move around? I can move around. Oh, it crashed. Uh-oh. Not what you want to do during a demo.
Yeah, it's okay. That's the one rule of a demo. That's cool. They can turn visuals into working code to translate perception into physical action. Brings robust audio-visual understanding.
Okay, it is like very state-of-the-art on one benchmark, which is video to website.
Yeah.
That might actually be useful, I think. Image to website is also pretty useful. Remember the Greg Brockman GPT-4 website demo?
Can't see this.
So 3 years ago.
Yeah, that was cool.
He made a picture of, he literally drew on a piece of paper, my joke website, really funny joke, push to reveal punchline, same but joke 2, push to reveal punchline. And then like showed the multimodality of GPT-4 by taking a photo of it and having GPT-4 make the actual website.
Yeah.
And it worked.
And this is 3 years ago, so this is very significant.
Yeah, so like 3 years ago, basically people did not believe that AI would be able to do this for a very long time.
Yeah.
This was like completely mind blowing to people. Look at this, 4 million views at the time.
It's 2023.
7,000 views.
Early 2023.
March 14th. This was the day GPT-4 was released. Back then, it was announced and released on the same day. I miss those times.
Yeah.
Robotics. So the model can organize cosmetics, pack lunch, find a duck, and find food. These seem to be like relatively well-scoped tasks. It's also taking kind of a while to do this thing. Oh, this is a simulated environment.
And it's not even in the real world.
And the grasps are simplified. Okay. So it's like, you know, it's a little demo. It is cool that LLMs can do this at all, but we seem to be a ways away from like the one AGI model that can be your LLM and can also do robotics.
Yeah. A huge,
And
but
then
promising.
Wild artifact bench, measuring utility in real world agentic tasks.
They released 10 tasks. What are these 10 tasks they did? Task files.
Okay, it's
Bird
just
song
it's
identifier.
like real world agentic tasks. So analyzing a cardiac ultrasound.
That's cool.
Training DQN driving, which is deep Q network.
They have video
reinforcement
editing
learning.
too on these tasks.
Video editing is actually like a thing that has been very hard for models to do.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool actually that they are evaluating models on video editing because models have tended to suck on these.
Yeah, the day that a model can make a viral short for us, can cut this state of timeline and make it into a viral short is the day AGI has officially
Well, I mean, kind
reached.
of. Like this is a legitimately difficult thing for AIs to do. And so it would be a good AGI eval if it's capable of like fully understanding like what makes a clip tasteful and then clipping it programmatically and then writing the copy and then posting it on Twitter. Like it is actually pretty hard for models to do this, believe it or not. Anyway.
This is cool. I'm
One
excited
last
to use
thing.
their kitchen layout.
Yeah. One last thing. Ara Khazarian, who is the head of economics at RAMP Economics Lab, says, may startle the markets with this, but OpenAI is actually growing faster than Anthropic, according to quarter-over-quarter growth in business spend. While data shows through Q2 shows tepid growth for OpenAI versus Anthropic, Q3 to date shows that OpenAI has surpassed Anthropic in quarter-over-quarter enterprise growth, 82 versus 76. Meaning 82% quarter-over-quarter growth versus 76%. Why? GPT 5.6 Sol is really good, increasingly the choice for developers. Fable 5, meanwhile, disappointed both in adoption and real-world application, given price and data retention requirements imposed by regulators. I don't think those retention requirements are imposed by regulators. I think they were imposed by Anthropic.
Yeah, people are just pissed at how it talks.
For
I saw
safety
this one,
reasons.
make a benchmark that makes it not annoying.
I don't think it's that. I think it's just it's really expensive.
Yeah.
Like it's $50 per million tokens. Sol is 30, and it's as good of a model for the most part. And yes, like Claude does talk really annoyingly. I'm not a fan of the Claudiolect, as I call it.
Claudiolect.
Claude plus
The new-
idiolect. You might know what a dialect is,
No
which
wonder,
is like a
yeah.
type of language, but an idiolect is
Yeah.
the way one person talks. It's like a micro dialect. So the Claudiolect is Claude plus idiolect.
How does it apply when it's a model and not necessarily a person? Same thing.
Same thing.
Yeah. I
So
wonder
they showed-
if the way it talks makes it take more tokens to say, talk caveman
Yeah.
now.
Probably this
and
makes the
makes
model
it way
actually
cheaper.
stupid. If you are like reducing the amount of tokens that it thinks with, you probably are lowering its performance.
Yeah, but when it's incentivized to, you make your money through your token spend, you're incentivized to generate things with as much AI slop in your vernacular.
Very sad. I still to this day notice a lot of people posting X articles that are complete like 100% Claude slop. Like just copy pasted Claude slop, 100% pangram. It's like, do they think we're stupid? Do they think I can't tell? Like it's not that hard actually to write a few paragraphs.
You say no slop.
I would actually rather read the prompt to Claude than the Claude slop output.
Yeah, the Claude Prompt, fascinating. I want to see, who was I talking to about this, but where you can do actual tutorials, but your whole tutorial is just the prompt you're using instead of seeing the code that it generates. It's going to be the future of how you do DevRel.
So yeah, you notice Anthropic has substantially outpaced OpenAI's growth in almost every quarter except for this one, which makes sense. Respectfully, your data is only for customers who use Ramp to pay bills. And then he says, it's a common reply I get, and I get your point, but directional data is still valuable in a market that lacks any data. Yep, I think this is basically true. It is possible that Anthropic has... I think it's possible Anthropic has outgrown OpenAI this quarter, but this is definitely a big directional signal. OpenAI growth has accelerated. But anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, that's our discourse review for the day.
Our afternoon discourse review.
We'll be back with Simon Grimm.
Yeah, lots of fun stuff coming soon.
From Works in Progress. Psych, we're actually back now to do ad reads.
Lovable. Yay. I'll start with Lovable. Starting with Lovable. Turn ideas into software people love with Lovable. You can start today at lovable.dev.
Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world. Arena.ai.
Big thank you to Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
Thank you to Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
Today's stream is sponsored by VCX, the public ticker for private tech. Head over to getvcx.com to learn more.
Thank you to Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5 times faster, blitzy.com.
And finally, AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising is easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
And that's our afternoon discourse, and we'll be back with MTS.
All right, we are back with Simon Grimm, who is an editor at Works in Progress magazine. Love Stripe's Works in Progress; it's so great. He's focusing on AI and European progress, focusing specifically on how Europe should grapple with the changes brought by artificial intelligence. So this is very topical at the moment. As a descendant of European civilization, I feel kind of sad at the state.
Many such cases, yeah.
Yeah, I feel a little sad at the state of it in AI, and I'd love for Europe to be doing better. So, Simon, welcome to MTS.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Good to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you read Anton Leicht, by the way?
Yes, he's a friend.
Yeah, he's amazing. What did you think about his article, "The Moonshot," which was like, if Europe really locked in today, they would be able to build a true frontier model lab.
Yeah, I thought it was a good piece. I thought the piece was like slightly Straussian or something, where like some people read it and were like, "Oh, this is amazing! Like, we should totally do this." And then like I read it and was like, what Anton like obviously shows here is like that this is like extremely unrealistic and would be way too costly. I personally think it's way too costly and would be a really, really bad idea. I think you can just like look at like how indebted European countries are to see that it'll be like really hard. Yeah, got a bunch of other reasons why I think it'll be like would be a bad call for European countries to build their own model. But yeah, I mean, I think it's like it's a fun thought exercise. Yeah.
So, like, what are you specifically interested in for European AI policy? Like, what do you think Europe should be doing more that they aren't?
Yeah. So what I'm thinking about the most right now is like what we can do on economic policy. Like, I think one of the most fundamental things that Europe needs to get right is to experience growth as AI becomes better. Right now, we're not on track. Like, we've been like falling behind the US for the past 30 years. And there's reason to believe that this will become much, much worse going forward. And so, yeah, I've been like thinking a bunch about like what are various policy areas where we could be doing better. And this is like obvious stuff like producing more energy, having better labor markets, making planning easier. Like, I think one thing to just think about is the world is right now going through one of the most expensive infrastructure build-outs we've ever seen. And there's basically like no major data center project happening in Europe. And this is like somewhat insane. Like, it's like AI companies are like clamoring to like find any spot where they could build it, where they could build data centers. And it's like not happening in Europe. And I think that kind of like stuff like helps the most in just understanding that like so much of it is just like a supply side problem. Like, it's just like somehow the conditions are just worse enough that like nothing happens. And so I'm like very interested in like finding like what are like the most important like economic policy things to just like unlock more growth in Europe.
Yeah, that makes sense. How big of a deal do you think it was that the US attempted to, or for a time did, export control Claude Fable 5 and Mythos 5?
Yeah. So I think it's probably like how it, I mean, I read a ton of German news when this happened, and it was like a bit of a wake up moment in Europe. I do think it is like somewhat, it's probably like overplayed somewhat, just because like the export controls were like the easiest tool for the US government to just like clamp down on Fable access in general. And I think it's like very hard to generalize from there that this will happen again in the future, and specifically that it will happen to shut down access for Europe. I think the AI access debate is like maybe somewhat overplayed. Like, I think it's like very likely that Europe will have AI access in the future too. Like, I get into reasons why I think that's the case. But I think that a lot of like AI access debates like lead to policies that are like pretty harmful. Like, they make relations with the US worse. They lead to like various like sovereignty plays that are like horrible. Like, France now wants to rely on Mistral for cyber defense, which is a really, really bad idea. Lots of stuff like that.
Yeah, that is a pretty bad idea. Yeah, going back to European compute build-outs and sovereign AI, related to Mistral, the EU Commission is setting aside some amount of money to fund AI gigafactories in Europe.
Yeah,
which is a tiny amount of money and a tiny amount of compute relative to what is available in the US.
Yeah.
So like why exactly is this? Is it just because like the EU is not taking AI so seriously?
Yeah. I think the gigafactories are like truly it's pretty bad. I think one reason here is just like that the EU is like not that situationally aware. They just like don't have super good information. Like maybe one reason for this is that like many commission staffers are like not on Twitter, and so they just like don't really like track what's happening. I think there's like some amount of like really weird political incentives for the EU to just like kind of like show that like they're kind of on the ball and they like understand that AI is happening. And so they like do stuff like the gigafactories. I think ultimately this is like, again, like really, really harmful. Like one thing that's happening is that we have this kind of like these kinds of initiatives at the EU level. And then like domestic politicians, for instance, like in Germany, like they're like extremely busy because like Europe has lots of other problems. And they think like, oh, like the EU is like building gigafactories and that's like fine and that's good. And like the data center stuff is like basically solved. And so I think it's really quite harmful. I think like maybe like one quick like I think fun story there is like I've recently visited my hometown of Laufenburg in Switzerland, which is a really tiny town, 2,000 people, and I've noticed that it was this massive construction site, and they're building a data center there that will ultimately like have like 400 megawatts, and that's like basically equivalent to like 4 gigafactories, and they want to build 5. And why they're doing this? Well, like I know like various like rich people in Switzerland just like want to do this to have localized taxation, so the town will profit a lot, and it's like basically solved. They're just like building this now. And that's like quite obviously like how data centers are built normally because they're extremely attractive and they don't need any public funding.
What exactly is the state of AI in Switzerland? Like it seems like Switzerland, as far as Europe goes, is a quite well-run country. You know, it's very rich. Naively, I would expect there to be more activity in AI than in other countries in Europe.
Yeah. So I've been meaning to write a piece about like why I think Switzerland will do well as AI becomes more powerful. And I have a blog post out like that's like quite a bit old now, just about like why Switzerland is so successful. I mean, one thing is just Zurich has a lot of research on AI. Like they have Google, a couple other companies, and Anthropic now also has engineers there. All that is pretty good. And in general, like Switzerland is just like way better positioned than other European countries because it's much more economically liberal. Like we have super flexible labor laws. As I said, like taxation is like super localized, which makes it much easier to actually have like new industries pop up. So I'm like pretty bullish, and like trust in government is super high, which might be actually really important to make good policy as like maybe the labor market gets disrupted.
What about Germany? It's the third largest economy in the world behind the US and China. It's got 90 million people.
Yeah. People forget that it's the third largest economy.
Right.
It's a really large
exactly.
economy. Yeah.
It's a very large economy. It's got 90 million people. And it has basically no domestic AI presence at all. It has Black Forest Labs, which makes video models.
Yeah.
But that's it. Like they don't make like they don't make frontier machine intelligence. They make video models, which also might be able to double as like action prediction models for robotics, but like they're not really trying to build AGI per se. Even France has Mistral, right? The UK has like DeepMind and all the Neo labs built around DeepMind. Why does Germany not have anything?
Yeah. So yeah, I think in general, like Germany is a bit in a tough spot regarding innovation. I think one problem is that we don't have these super strong ecosystems that the UK has. Like the UK has London, Cambridge, and Oxford, which attract tons of smart people. We have super strong agglomeration effects. France just is like has a lot of talent selection into mathematics, which is super useful for AI. And like we don't really have that stuff in Germany. There's like, I think it's like really underrated, like how many talented Germans there are and like how many of them like have to like move to the US. Like if you look at like lots of like really successful people in AI, lots of them are German. But yeah, like many of them are leaving. They're like not staying. They're not staying in Germany. And so I think that's pretty challenging. I think Munich could be pretty good going forward. It is attracting more and more people. It has like defense. I think good stuff could happen there. But I mean, I think about German politics a lot, and I think there's just like a lot of reform needed. Right now, it's looking kind of rough.
And what about Russia? You know, Russia is not exactly Europe, maybe geographically. It seems like they are also like heavily behind what I would expect for them on AI. You know, Russia has what,
Yeah.
140 million people. You know, it's the
That's really
largest
bad, yeah.
country in the world by landmass. It's the largest country in Europe by population. It has the largest like military of any country in Europe and one of the largest in the world. And yet
Yeah.
it has like basically, oh, and it has like tremendous amounts of STEM talent, even despite the brain drain that has
Yeah.
befallen it. So like with all this talent, with all this scale, where is the AI in Russia?
I mean, I'm not a Russia expert. I'm pretty bearish on Russia.
Yeah, me too.
I think that's like a safe take to have. I would expect they've lost a ton of talent. They are like, I mean, like some of the military technology is like fine, but like even then, like they're just like richer than Ukraine. Like if you look at that, yeah, I'm very bearish. I think that, yeah, like absent like political reform, it's not doing good. Yeah, I think they could be doing a lot better. Like again, like they have a ton of talent. Like so many. Again, if you look at the US and like what kind of immigrants they have, like Russians are obviously like really good.
Mm. Yeah. Which European countries are you most bullish on for AI? You mentioned Switzerland. Who else?
I think it's Switzerland and UK most likely.
The UK seems to have suffered a pretty big setback, though.
Yeah, but I think like in the long run, like the UK does not have is not impacted by the EU as much, which I think is becoming more and more useful because I think like you need much more opinionated policy as AI becomes more powerful and like things happen more quickly. I think like the UK could just like I don't know, continue to fail. But I think they just like have more, in a way, they have more leeway than like other European countries, which often have to like get the commission to do stuff. And they have lots of talent. London is an amazing city. They have new companies, like some of the people that are leaving Google DeepMind are also founding new companies. Obviously, it's like impossible to like be different tier companies, but you can like still do useful stuff. So I'm like pretty bullish on the UK still.
I would be bullish on the UK for that reason that they're not part of the EU, except like it's possible that UK governance is just even worse.
Yeah, I don't think it's worse than the Commission government. It is just true that their governing apparatus is just like extremely broken. Like again, I think this is like somewhat underrated. I mean, it's somewhat underrated. Like German government is like much more functioning than the UK. And I've been pretty shocked at the UK. And I think like in general, people underrate for how long a country can like fail. Like Argentina has been like failing for like whatever, like 80 years or something. And I think it's like possible for countries to just get stuck. But like I do also think that like if they had one really good government, they could get out. Yeah.
Right. How important really is sovereign AI for Europe? Like, would it, in the limit, basically just be fine for them to become dependent on American AI technology? Like, it doesn't really seem that bad to me. It doesn't seem that bad of a future. Like, you still have access to the best technology. Europe helps manufacture some of these supply chain components. You know, there wouldn't be frontier chips without like Zeiss in Germany, for example, or Trumpf.
Yeah.
And like, does Europe like really need its own sovereign AI?
No, I mean, basically, I think it would be very nice to have it. And I think we should make it extremely easy for the private sector to like build their own AI systems. But that's basically the end of the story there. Like, I think like just make it easy to build AI systems. It's pretty unlikely that we'll get there, that we'll have anything that's like competitive. But I think apart from that, one way to just like think about the future is like we will continue to have trade. We will continue to have different countries that are good at different things. This is like really good paper by Tom Davidson at Forethought about like how can one country outgrow the world, which just like thinks about like if the US continues to dominate, like how much of like global GDP could they take up? And it's just like quite hard to like really massively outgrow other countries just because like so many of the complements you need to be productive are not located in the US. And so yeah, like Europe continues to have lots of strengths. Like we have like 60 million industrial workers, like pretty good institutions. So I'm like, pending like economic policy getting better, I'm like semi-optimistic about Europe, really.
Yeah, definitely. It seems to me that it wouldn't be so bad, like in the near term future, if like U.S. GDP increases to, $1 million per year per capita, but European GDP increases to like 100K. So, in one sense, like there is a giant disparity, but in the other sense, Europe is still richer and better off than before, which is basically what I expect to happen.
I do think this would be pretty bad. I mean, I think it would be good insofar as like the world gets richer. I do think it would be good to have like power somewhat more evenly distributed across the world. I think it's mostly rests on like Europeans just doing better and like having whatever, like making it possible to have growth again. I do think a scenario where like the US is like economically like makes up such a large share is like pretty crazy. Like 1 million versus 100K is like pretty insane.
So what is the best strategy for European governments to keep talent in Europe? Like the amount of Europeans I know who are moving to the US, who are moving to SF is pretty substantial.
Yeah. I mean, I'm calling in from DC right now, but I'll move to Berlin pretty soon.
Where from? Switzerland?
So we'll be moving to Berlin. I'm currently calling in from DC. So I'm in the US right now.
So you're returning to Europe?
I am returning to Europe. Yeah.
That's contrarian.
What? It is contrarian. It is truly contrarian. The reason is family, which is a very good reason. Yeah. Why? So I think there's like one thing where like more and more Europeans are like maybe like, I mean, not maybe, more and more Europeans are like kind of annoyed at like the US admin. And so like this just like makes some of them move back. I don't think this is like very a sustainable reason to be moving back. I think one thing is that the ecosystem in Europe for like people who are interested in interesting ideas is a lot weaker in Europe. So like if you read works in progress, or you think like the Institute for Progress is really cool, there's just like not as much you can do in continental Europe because like just like no cool think tanks that it could work in. And so one thing we are very interested in works in progress is just like making that possible, just like having more organizations where people like really smart people can start working at. I think company wise it's like kind of hard. Like I think like maybe it would be good if we just like had more like really cool startups in like Munich or Zurich, but it'll be extremely hard to compete with the Bay, of course. But yeah, at Works in Progress, we're like super interested in like making it more attractive to stay.
Yep. Well, Simon, it is interesting that you are bullish on Europe in this time. Ultimately, I do want Europe to do well, and I hope they can figure out what's going on with AI. Thank you so much for coming on MTS.
Yeah, thank you so much. This was fun.
Absolutely.
Bye.
And we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to MTS. Today, we are joined by Martin Casado, who's a general partner at Andreessen Horowitz and leads the firm's infrastructure practice. In the last week, SpaceX closed its $60 billion acquisition of Cursor, and Stripe agreed to acquire OpenRouter, two major A16Z-backed companies. So today, we'll talk about what those deals tell us about where value is actually accruing in the age of AI and what investors should be looking for next. Martin, welcome to MTS.
Super happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
We're super excited to have you.
Yeah, it's been what an incredible week.
I know.
one of the weeks of all time.
It's been pretty well. Yeah, 10 years in the making, but it all happened in a couple of days. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess we could start with a little backstory. You got a master's and PhD in computer science and founded Nicira when you were 30-ish?
30-ish, yeah.
30-ish, yeah.
Yeah, who's counting? Yeah, but 30-ish, yeah.
But these days, a lot of top founders, including the founders of Cursor, will drop out of college at like 20 in order to start companies. So which path do you think is better?
Listen, I actually took time off between undergrad and grad school, and I went and worked for a national lab. I actually think it's probably a good idea to get on the ground experience so that it's not entirely academic. I mean, the one caveat I will say is a lot of the AI stuff is pretty deep research. I do think in one hand, you have this whole kind of outcry against higher education and it's kind of very in vogue not to do it. On the other hand, it's kind of never been more relevant too. And so I think we're in a bit of a schizophrenic period, which suggests to me you should do exactly what you're feeling is right for you. I think both paths are totally legitimate.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a spectrum of neo labs where on the one hand you have like flapping airplanes where the co-founders are like 22 years old, and then on the other hand you have Jeff Dean and Oriel Vignals' new lab, which I'm forgetting the name, it's slipping my mind, but obviously these are like incredibly senior people with like decades of experience. So like, how much does decades of experience matter in AI world?
So one thing that we forget is like the PhD used to be the rarity for founders, right? Like it used to be like you would start a company if you dropped out of PhD or you dropped out of grad school. Like very famously, Sergey and Larry, this is the case for. And we'd always say like you're kind of failing if you got the PhD because clearly you didn't have a good enough idea to do it. We're actually seeing a lot of really good PhD founders now, right? Like Ollie Goetze has a PhD. We did research when I was in grad school. George Fraser, CO5tran also has a PhD. So I would say we're seeing more PhD founders now than ever before in the history of the industry. We've always had the young tech founder, right? Mark Zuckerberg. And so I would actually think that even the optics on X feels like it's going towards like the younger, less experienced founder. I would say weighted, it's actually probably the trend is more in that direction.
It seems like the main thing right now that matters is how much you can raise because you're not bottlenecked anymore on who could build the best software. Right now, the big competition is who can raise the most money are typically the types of companies who can compete the most. So are you seeing that for the companies who are able to raise the most, they are the most competitive?
I mean, I think that when it's all said and done and we look back on this, this wave, I think the biggest change is the fact that you can actually put a lot of money to good use. Like you'd never be able to, like, so what would happen 10 years ago if I gave you $1 billion? What would you do?
Hire a ton of people, get a really nice office,
and then you would blow up.
Espresso
the whole thing,
bar.
The whole thing would be like a total mess, right? And so now we actually know what to do with that money. So I do think that now it's become a scale-up capital game. I think the companies that do raise a lot of money, they don't necessarily blow up. They know how to use it, and I think that actually is changing a lot of what's happening on the ground for us.
So the typical path before is if you get too much money too early, it could be an issue, but you're not seeing that anymore being the case?
Well, yeah, so there's a kind of a law of like engineering physics, right? Where you raise a bunch of money and then you try and hire a bunch of people to build a product. And this is where the mythical math came from. And you just can't really speed up timelines that way. But then you end up like increasing burn and adding a lot of complexity, and like the roadmap gets very diluted. And then you have all like the organizational complexity that happens as a result. And so, I mean, listen, some of these major model efforts were done with very, very small teams. Like, I'm not going to say the exact model, but one of the very famous models, multimodal model that many people use, is probably one of the most popular models, was built with a team of about 20 people. And I would say the cost of that was probably $2 billion plus, right? And so this is unheard in the history of humanity, in the history of engineering efforts. We've never been able to have 20 people, I don't think, being able to productively use $2 billion. Like, what does that even mean to put that much money to work with that small of a team and that small of a timeline? And so I know we like to look at this wave in the context of like, technical sophistication, new capabilities. But I actually think like one of the major stories is the fact that we're able to apply large amounts of money productively in short amount of times to whatever problem that we're trying to solve.
Would you say that this age in venture is just completely different from any age before it?
Totally. I mean, it's just, again, there's always been this weird meme in venture, which is it's kind of not much of an asset class. There's only a few companies. You can't deploy a lot of money in it, which has always been very weird to me to have like this zero-sum thinking from people whose entire job shouldn't be zero-sum thinking, right? And one thing that we're learning is you actually can take large amounts of capital in private markets to deploy it and get the returns. And you can just give two examples. One of them is like companies are staying private longer and accruing a lot of value that way. So that's one. And then the second one is like, these models consume a lot of money and they turn that money into growth. And so this kind of almost archaic view that like, venture has to be limited in capital, we're overfunding it, absolutely is not the case now. And listen, there's two I think there's two conclusions you can kind of draw from that. One of that is, well, there's a new technology wave that can consume more capital. Like AI can consume more capital, and so it's a result of a technology wave. I happen to think causality goes the other way, which is if you put more money privately into the private markets, it actually grows the TAM, and companies don't need to go public as quickly, and companies can do more privately. So I actually think that the causality is the more money goes to private markets, the larger the markets are going to grow, and then the more returns go in the private markets. But just interestingly, we're seeing both things happen at once.
So when did A16Z realize for the first time, like, wow, this AI thing is going to be a really big deal. We're going to need to spend like enormous amounts of money investing in infrastructure and in other things?
When did we first? I mean, listen, I think that we're the most one of the most tech forward venture funds, and we just kind of assume everything is going to work in the long run. And so I remember when OpenAI was still an experiment, and we had very legitimate conversations about should we be going all in on AI then, and this was like 7 years before, like say GPT, like actually was pretty significant. And so, we've always been investing in AI. We've invested in multiple waves of AI. Like when I joined the firm in say 2016, that was kind of like the drone AV wave of AI. For this generative wave, I think we're one of the earliest that were very active in it. Like we did a lot of the early foundation model companies, right? We're in 11 Labs, we're in OpenAI, of course, we're in Cursor, we're in Ideogram, we're in BFL, we're in Mistral. So we just did a lot of very, very active deployment. But I will say like the intent to deploy was even before that. Now, again, I would say that like our conviction on technology waves tends to actually precede quite a bit the like on the ground gains, which can like sometimes work and sometimes not work. But in this case, it was actually quite prescient.
Yeah, it's interesting because the old view was very zero sum. It's what's the point of investing in another model when OpenAI is pretty good? So
none of it's defensible.
Exactly.
The quality of revenue is. Yeah, by the way, every single way. So this is why I know the difference between like a finance kind of, based investor that should be in a growth market and an early stage investor. So like if you think primarily in the balance sheet and in finance, you worry about things like margins, churn, revenue quality, which are all very legitimate things to worry about if you see no strategic value in the business. Right? Yeah. So if you think like the entire business, forget the tech, forget the strategic value, forget the ability for somebody else to monetize it, I'm just only going to look at the balance sheet, which many, many people do and make that mistake, then sure, look at, if you look at that, it's going to, you'll have like difference of opinions, but that's entirely divorced to the strategic value of a company. Like some companies may lose money, but they'll get to a position where they can command a tremendous transfer of value. And if you don't look at it that way, I just don't think you can be an early stage investor. You have to look under the lens of this is a very important part of the new stack. It's a very important control point, and either somebody will want to own that because it'll accrue value, or it itself will be able to accrue value, even if right now when you look at it, the financials don't look like something that would trade highly on a public market.
Yeah.
So relatedly, there is an argument that some people make where it's like the labs are just going to eat everything. They're going to have the smartest models. They're going to take over every vertical. OpenAI and Anthropic are doing biotech now. They're going to eat Eli Lilly. They're going to eat all the pharma companies. Obviously, A16Z doesn't believe in this.
Well, I don't know if we don't believe in that.
Really?
I mean, I don't. Listen, we actually had an offsite recently. And one of the big discussions points in like, what is the future of models? And I think there's basically two paths that are meaningful to talk about. One of them is that the labs win everything, and then the other one is the labs don't win everything. And you can make very strong arguments on either side of that. So if you want, I'm very happy to detail the arguments on either side. Let me give you the argument for. So why will the models win everything? Well, the first one is we've got 3 years of data, and they own 95% of the market. So if you just look at the data, you're like, well, okay, so they're doing tremendously well. They have the majority, certainly dollar weighted, of revenue. The second one is that their ability to raise capital is just unbelievable, and then they can turn that capital pretty directly into growth, which we've very rarely seen. So let's say OpenAI and Anthropic have raised $220 billion. That's more than the entire downstream ecosystem combined, which is really unbelievable. There's another argument, and that argument is like, listen, they've been able to maintain pricing power just by being an epsilon higher. So like being on the frontier is expensive, but also being on the frontier can command a tremendous amount of pricing power. And so it's not like you have to be like way better. You can just be a little bit better because these get used in competitive equilibria. We're starting to see autocatalytic effects. What do I mean by autocatalytic effects? Like if you have sophisticated enough AI, you can use that AI to create more AI, and that improves your unit economics. I also think if you talk to a lot of like the people deep in these labs that are working on these, they think they're actually getting further away from open source than not. And the benchmarks don't reflect that, because benchmarking in AI is kind of an AI complete problem. Like you just kind of have to use it to do the thing to know how good it is. So there's a lot of data that would suggest, listen, they have the capacity, they have the capital, they have the the teams and the talent. They have the best models, and they're going to run away with it.
Yeah. By autocatalytic effects, do you mean like recursive self-improvement?
Well, so this is where I'm just like an annoying pedant. So to me, recursive means something. Like I'm a, this is my PhD's in computer science. I've done programming language. Recursive is when you take something and you make another copy of that thing wholesale. Like if I have a compiler create a compiler, that would be recursive. Where autocatalytic is use the thing to like, help you make that thing faster as a tool. Like if I use a computer to design a chip, because I'm using like whatever, like some chip design software, would you call that recursive self-improvement? I would say no. I mean, nobody's used that word before, and we've
not in the literal sense.
No, I mean, well, not in any sense, because we've never used that word. Like, let's say we all use software to build software, and we don't call it RSI, and we never have. And so I feel like what we're seeing today is much more autocatalytic effects, which we've had forever. But for whatever reason, I think this is a legacy of Bostrom. We call it RSI, recursive self-improvement. That said, there's definitely focus on recursive self-improvement, and that's great, but it's a subset of the broader phenomenon, which is very important for all of us to understand, which is autocatalytic effects. So just give me an example. If I use AI to create a really good GPU kernel that's faster than a human being can do, and that improves my ability to like run or build AI, I would say that's autocatalytic. I would think that's very important for us on the economics, the convergence properties of the industry, but it's not RSA.
So what about the arguments against then that the labs will not own everything?
Oh, another one for it, by the way, is they own all the supply.
Yeah.
And the supply limited. Okay, so the arguments against. The arguments against is the surface area is really expanding. And I mean, really what's working are primarily code and language reasoning. And so there's a bunch more domains where actually probably you need a services arm, probably you need kind of more connection with the customers, and this would be very hard for a single organization to do. Second one is like there is a wealth of open source models. They are doing very well, and we've seen some recent examples of that. And there's a maturing ecosystem around them to serve those. I think a lot of the reason the labs are so far ahead is they have very cheap access to capital, which will almost certainly rationalize. Like, listen, if I give you free money and I say you're worth like whatever trillions of dollars, like, of course you can use that to grow. But at some point in time, I may be like, like, you're probably worth, something different because we've rationalized like the company, and then it'll be harder for you to grow. I think that right now they're taking advantage of the supply constraints because they can actually buy, GPUs in bulk. When you have more supply, they won't be able to do that. So I think actually the landscape right now is very much in favor of the large labs, primarily from funding and supply. And once those rationalize, the growing surface area is likely to fragment, which almost always happens in the history of this industry for sure. And I think that will play in favor of everybody else. If I were to guess, this is Martine totally guessing, no idea. If I were to guess, I'd say supply constraints will ease in 2028-ish. I think that the big labs will probably dollar weighted get 80% of the market going forward, because that's historically what we've seen for large incumbents. But I think token weighted 60% will be long tail and open source. And one more thing about all of this, I'm sorry to kind of rant on it, I just think it's such an important point. We're seeing increasing value go to the actual apps. The apps are doing incredibly well, and so I think they will start to actually erode on some of that margin share. And you don't view them as like necessarily competitive with the labs, but I do think that we're going to capture more and more of the value going forward.
Yeah.
But it'll be a couple of years.
I mean, Open Router is a good example of what the future might actually predict on how we'll be using these models long term.
Yeah. So listen. So Open Router, Open Router is many things. I mean, it's an API router, but one thing you can think of it as is maybe you have your Anthropic key, maybe you have your OpenAI key, maybe you have your Grok key, but for all the other models, you use Open Router, right? I mean, it's basically a two-sided marketplace to give you access to a bunch of models. It's a single place for visibility. It's a single place for analytics. It's a single place for access to these models. It's on the token path. It is the leader in kind of a brand monopoly in the space. From a brand standpoint, it's a very well-known brand in the space. I think with all of these phenomenons where you have a couple of incumbents, somebody has to aggregate kind of the longer tail marketplace, which I think will impact the dynamics of the model market going forward for sure.
But are you seeing smart routing just growing in popularity? And so maybe the future of applications is you don't even know what model is actually being used.
It's a good question. I go back and forth on this. We've actually learned that these models are a lot stickier than people assumed. Like everybody talks about just swapping them out, but it actually doesn't happen very often. And I think a lot of this could be actually like procurement dynamics. Like I bought a bunch of credits from OpenAI. Like why would I swap them out? So you can think about like smart routing in one of two contexts. One of them you can be like, like almost from like a quality standpoint, like you'll answer the question better on the right router. I think that's a very, very hard problem and maybe an AI complete problem. And right now, I think, that doesn't happen very often. You can think about it in a second way, which is basically cost performance, which is like, I will minimize the cost. And because tokens are so expensive, that's actually kind of a high priority for many. And that we're seeing great results, right? Have you seen, like, for example, Cursor Auto and Cursor Router does a great job, Open Router does a great job. And so I would encourage, if you think about smart routing, I think it in the context of, how do I, for the given task, choose the right model on the Pareto frontier relative to cost, as opposed to like, I'm somehow going to choose the right model that's going to answer the question in the right way.
Yeah, it does seem like model routing is like a very difficult technical problem.
I think it's AI complete.
Yeah.
And by AI complete, okay, so let's imagine you're trying to answer the question. What question does the smartest thing in the universe need to answer? Like, I think you need the smartest thing in the universe to answer that question. You see what I'm saying? The only thing that can answer that question is actually like the smallest, the smartest model, and then in which case you just give it to the smartest.
So it just becomes a cost optimization type of question?
Well, listen, so there's many opinions. I don't think we know the answer to this. Like clearly, and you hear this often, clearly the frontier models are getting very jagged, meaning, and this isn't like a core technical capability. It's like the decisions of the people that created it decided to make it very good in, say, front end, or very good in 3D, or very good in language. And so one of it's not like this one's smarter than this one. It's like this one's very good at this type of thing versus, very good at this type of thing. That for sure. Right? I think we have a lot of specialist models, a lot of, and then a model router will just decide this is better in code, this is better in language, this is better in front end, this is, whatever. So like that will happen. But I think today, if you look at like model routing and the gains, as deployed by the application companies, I mentioned Cursor, but we've got a huge portfolio of these application companies. I think the primary gains tend to be keeping the quality bar high while decreasing the cost.
So to what extent is like the value of Open Router that it will eventually be able to do this kind of like AI complete model routing?
I think that you need a two-sided marketplace. And in many ways, you can view one of the products of Open Router as the demand. right? So I can go to the next model provider and say, hey, listen, we've got, millions of users all the time and we can bring that to you. And this is a very common thing. And then you can go to all the developers and say, hey, listen, the next time a model comes out, it'll be on here and you'll have access to it in your existing system and so forth. And so I think there's a tremendous amount of value in the two-sided marketplace, independent of all of that. That said, clearly over time, there's going to be more and more ability to do this sort of arbitrage. I think for whatever reason, we tend to kind of over-rotate on that now. And it's a hard question to answer just because we don't even know how to benchmark these models to begin with. The pricing is dynamic. It's often subsidized, and then honestly, like the next big model comes out, and it tends to be Pareto efficient everything, anyways. And so then you only would route to like one model like Opus 4.5 anyway. So I think right now that like the actual routing piece is, the gains are uncertain, and yet this is a very, very popular, very successful, internet property and brand. And I think it's more the two-sided marketplace.
Yeah. The costs are subsidized. When will that stop?
I mean, right now these guys get free money. I would use it too, right? Like, if I could raise, 3 times more money than the entire downstream ecosystem combined, I mean, this is a very classic thing. Of course, you'd subsidize in order to get kind of single users. And by the way, all the margin tends to be made in the enterprise anyways, right? For this business. And so why wouldn't you do that? By the way, but having run businesses, marketing is hard, man. It's really hard. Field marketing, content marketing. You never know if I put $1 in, what it's going to get me. Like events, it'll maybe get leads. Will those leads qualify? I have no idea. I'm going to do this content. It's got this atmospheric value, but it's always been hard to spend a marketing dollar and be like, this is going to be this many sales qualified leads, except for in very mature organizations. A remarkable thing about AI is you can spend $1 and get users because there's unlimited demands for tokens. And so in many ways, it's kind of disrupting the entire marketing. And so this is what we're seeing. We're seeing if I'm a company and I want to attract users for the top of funnel, why wouldn't I subsidize?
Yeah, I mean, if you use a decent amount of tokens on your $200 a month OpenAI or Anthropic plan, they're losing a decent amount of money off of that.
Well, okay. So again, these things are a little complicated. I mean, only if they want to, because this is a knob, right? And so, and it tends to be you only lose money on the top 5% users. And there's always this whack-a-mole with those top 5% users, right? That's why you see things you can't have multiple, a single person can't have multiple accounts. So they keep changing those terms to keep the 5% under control. Those are the loudest ones. But the rest of them, it tends to be you're not losing that much money. But in aggregate, and these are often board level discussions that I'm involved in, you're like, okay, listen, we've got this free tier. There's a knob. Do we want to use the knob to grow top of funnel and to grow use? And that way we'll go to negative margins, or are we doing to use the knob to kind of go more towards margin gain? And it's actually this stuff is, the demand is so strong that it's kind of a very simple business decision, where in the past you literally don't know how to apply money to marketing. You just haven't.
Yeah.
By the way, I have seen some very interesting things. So for example, there are these very sophisticated operations out of China that will use the single service tiers and arbitrage them. The way they do it is so they will sign up to a $200 plan. They'll use all the tokens in 3 days, and then they'll cancel, and they'll get prorated for the 27 days, even though they used all the tokens. And then they'll use that to basically provide people with a service where they're arbitraging these. And so the market around laundering these plans is actually very, very sophisticated. And so we're seeing a lot of cat and mouse between the big labs.
It's the new router is just arbitrage between these subscription models.
No, seriously, that's what they do. They'll sign up, they'll drain it all, then they'll cancel it, they'll recoup the cost, and then they kind of use that to offer a $20 service, right? Yeah. To somebody for basically kind of full, Opus tokens or whatever.
Fair. So is one of the things you're arguing is that more capital is almost directly correlated to more capability?
Capability, again, I don't mean to pedantic. More capital, because the demand is so high, you can put capital into these things, and you can that tends to turn into usage. It also seems to tend to turn into capability in some direction. If I'm training a model and I want it to be good at X, I can create an RL environment of X, or I can go pay someone to answer questions for X, and I can turn capital into being good at that X. The problem is you don't know what gets worse. And so like, I think we're kind of at this point where you are starting to see like more jaggedness and you are starting to see more trade-offs. And what I don't know is like, let's say you put $1 and you get, like, let's say you put in $10 to do this. I don't know if you get $9 back on the other side of that. But what we've never been able to do in the history of this industry is put in $10 and get anything back.
Yeah.
It was literally put in $10, engineer, wait 2 years.
Cross fingers.
Probably screw stuff up. It'll probably fail, but maybe on the other side you'll have a product that you can monetize. But now it really is $10 in and then some amount out pretty directly.
Yeah.
Yeah, incredible.
It's like the new CMO is turning into a CFO now because you have to compete that way.
It very is. Like literally, I mean, really, like many of the things that required a lot more art, like engineering and marketing. These are the two. I think again, I work so closely with these companies that it used to be there were these long discussions about the art of marketing and what do you do paid, like do you do content, do you do events, do you do social, like how do you do this? And now it's literally like should we subsidize more or less? So you're right, it's becoming finance. Engineering is the same type of way. Like it used to be like okay. Like, I mean, it's such a complex thing and we spend so much time in the engineering. Now, a lot of it reduces down to, like, can we raise the capital for the GPUs to do what we want, yes or no?
Wow.
Very different.
Every new role will just be the role of a CFO in a trench coat.
No, I don't think so. But the relationship between money and innovation and growth and demand has never been closer. And by the way, I really think that is the big thing that's going on here in the industry.
Yeah, so we talked about OpenRouter. The other big acquisition of the week was Cursor, which was, I believe, I'm getting this right, the biggest acquisition of a venture-backed startup ever.
I think so, outside of Elon's kind of self-dealing with X.
Right.
Yeah,
but yeah. So for like an independent thing, I think it's the largest private M&A ever. Yeah.
So where does the bulk of the value of Cursor to SpaceX come from? Is it the team?
Oh, no. I mean, the Cursor was a phenomenal business with phenomenal growth. They have all the data. Elon has all of the compute. They've released phenomenal models in the past. Many people realize that coding is kind of the path to, some will say AGI, but like say broader computer use or intelligence more broadly. And so I actually think both companies bring a ton to the table. And if you're going to reduce it to something very simple, it's like, one has the data, one has the compute, one has the distribution, and the other has like enough resources that you would need to be on the frontier. Because remember, the frontier is a capital game. And of course, this is something Elon is phenomenal at scaring up.
Do you think their 60 billion value would have been their value independently, or was that mainly because of SpaceX?
Well, to who?
To like its value. To SpaceX for sure, but would that have been its value independently outside of SpaceX?
To like an investor?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I know for sure because we could easily have raised at that value.
Yeah.
Now that said, private investors are crazy and they kind of see the future and everything else like that. How would it have done in the public market? I don't know. I can't even speculate about those types of things, but for sure the private independent value was of that order. And there's a lot of kind of like, non-public proof points to that, which I can't talk about, but yes, I do think so. And again, like the business was doing phenomenally. Like if you saw the numbers that they talked about, I mean, this is the fastest growth certainly I've ever seen in 10 years of investing and in 20 years in the Valley.
Yeah, but would it not be even better to be like part of SpaceX with all of their compute and all of their infrastructure, and the entire engineering force of SpaceX behind them? It seems like that would make Cursor more valuable now.
Of course, yeah, I agree. Yeah. Oh, what, are you suggesting that Cursor buys SpaceX? That might have happened in a couple of years.
Yeah, a few more years of growth.
No, listen. I think OpenRouter and Stripe make a lot of sense. Both companies kind of view things as markets. Both, one views like, tokens as value, the other, payments as value. There's a lot of alignment at the founder level for these types of businesses. Very, very similar thing for Cursor and SpaceX, right? Very engineering focused cultures. Both believe that code is the path and general computer use is the path to AGI. And I actually think Elon likes these types of teams that are kind of like, very, very scrappy, move very, very fast. We even wrote a post about this. This is the fastest generating team I've ever seen outside of an Elon company. And so I would say there's a lot of alignment. There's a lot of synergy. I think the combined entities are greater on both sides for these acquisitions. but I still think it was worth $60 billion.
How did they do it? Like, what are the aspects of Cursor's culture that make them capable of iterating so quickly?
It's a good question. They in many ways, a lot of these AI companies that I work with are so research heavy. If you're not working on a new model architecture, like it's kind of hard to actually interest the core teams. And they always kept the main thing. Cursor, which is like changing how you write software engineering, and they believed fundamentally it was a product problem, not like necessarily like a model architecture problem. The model's very, very important, but it was a product problem. And so, they hired incredibly well. They set culture incredibly well. I would say the founders probably spend 30-40% of their time hiring and setting culture. They were very focused on engineering and not like research and model architecture. I think like research and model architecture is incredibly important, but it's got a different life cycle and it requires a different type of environment. And that's not what they were focused on at the time. They are more so now, of course, now that they've got the resources. And then listen, I mean, like it's just wild in this space. There's actually not a lot of companies that are actually focused on product, right? They'll focus on services. Like there'll be like, we are the Palantir of X, which is great. There's a lot of value there. Like a lot of like the fine-tuning, post-training companies are kind of more service-oriented companies. And there's a lot of research companies. Every NeoLab is a research company, but they were like, we are a product company. And I think that's actually a key differentiator in this era.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. We had people from the Cursor team actually here on MTS, and they're sharing a little bit about their internal culture, and they're constantly building products internally for themselves and then testing it on themselves.
They're their own. They're their own users. I mean, also, I love that like literally they're all like, well, we're all developers who want to build a product that we will use, and they really, really took that one to heart.
Yeah, I think my absolute favorite example of this was Rio Liu, who was the head of design.
He's so great. Yeah,
he was amazing. He did this project called Rio OS. Which is like,
I loved it like that. I know, it was like retro Mac looking.
Yes,
it's so
good. Like
good.
A retro Mac OS emulator of sorts.
I do think it's funny. So I do vibe coding in a silly VC way, and I build retro video games. And I feel like the kind of like, older person in the garage doing a hobby. It used to be like train sets or whatever, and now it's like building retro video games or retro OSs or whatever. You see an awful lot of that coming out.
Yeah. What did both the Cursor and Open Router deals tell you about where value is accruing in general?
So I'm going to go back to what I said before, which is so much of the general schadenfreude and criticism on X and the socials are around business quality metrics, and often they're wrong, by the way. Like Cursor was a great business and it was doing great, but it misses the point of like we're in a transformative wave where new pieces of the stack are being developed and they have strategic independent value that will have a tremendous amount of optionality going forward, right? I mean, Open Router is on the token path. It is the leader in the long tail of models and new models that has a two-sided marketplace of those. Cursor was by far the leading software dev tool. And so like to me, it's obvious that you're going to have these properties that are strategic value, strategic control points. I don't think it says something more deeply about like where in the stack value is going to accrue. As far as I can tell, by the way, values are accruing at all layers of the stack. I mean, NVIDIA's doing great. The model companies are doing great. The app companies are doing great. The inference companies are doing great. The services companies
talking about
the media companies are doing great. Like, I mean, right now, listen, I think this is the biggest unlock of wealth I've seen in my entire career. I never thought I would see another one after the 90s. I think anybody that wants to do a company or invest in a company, I would strongly recommend against zero-sum thinking or worrying about moats or defensibility too much in the near term, and really think about like what is strategically important in this new world that's being created.
Oh, do you think are the top opportunities right now in this new world that's being created? If someone were to come to you asking for advice, like, where do I start? Where do I build? What would you urge them to do?
One thing I love about being a venture capitalist, I don't have to answer that. Like, I don't have to know the answer to that. No, seriously, no. And no, it's such a great question. People assume as a venture capitalist, like, I see the future, I've got thesis on it, and I just don't. I mean, like, having been a founder, doing two startups, one startup was like, it was the whole thing. It was like, build a global business. And there you have to predict the future. And there you have to, you have to be piped into the nervous system of the techno-strategic chess game being played, and what does the future look like? What are the incumbents going to do? How's the technology going to shift? Is it going to make me irrelevant? And it's like a walking ulcer all the time, is like trying to figure out what's hot. And as a venture capitalist, you're like, you know what? There's a whole ecosystem of founders that are bearing that ulcer, and that's what they think about. And I'm very happy to borrow along their dreams and support them. And so I am generally very bullish and optimistic about AI. I think this is a massive unlock. If there are 3 or 4 strong founders in a space that I understand, it has to be a space I understand, I won't second guess it. I mean, they're going to be taking the opportunity cost and risking their time and their family's time on this. I just assume it's a good space, and I'll invest.
Yeah.
So how are you thinking about hiring at A16Z Infra? Like, what kind of people are you looking for? What kind of skills are you looking for?
So we've found what works best for us are people that actually have product background of some sort. I just think it's the nature of the conversations we have. I think there's a reason why we have probably the most kind of strategic acquisition exits. We've had a lot of those because I think we view a lot of these things as strategic assets, and that means you have to understand product market fit. So you have to understand the market, the evolution of the market. You have to understand the product, how the technology maps to the product, and that interface. And that's a very kind of product-based discussion. And you tend to do this before you have enough financials to really read kind of the outcome of the business and value it that way. And I will say, I've worked with many great people, and I love working with my team, but we have in the past hired people that don't have that background. Let's say they come strictly from finance, and even though they can do the work, they can call into the customers, they just don't have the sensitivity to come back with the right answers.
Because the taste?
What's that?
Like the taste?
It's almost like you have to know what to ask and what to look for to know if there's going to be, if they're going to buy, if there's going to be value, if there's going to be long-term value. I mean, this is what a product manager's job is. So not everybody we work with is a product manager, but most people have been involved in product in some sort or another, and so that they understand how important that interface is. And by the way, I would say even when it comes to the types of founders we work with, some it's so funny. I feel like there's 2 views from investors. Some are very product focused. I was talking to Ben Horowitz yesterday. He's back the strongest founders, the founder is everything, which is true. And then other people are very market focused, like Andy Radcliffe, who's on my board. He's the market is everything. You need a good founder and a good market, whatever. And I think for infrastructure, for the stage we invest in, our primary form of inquiry is around founder market fit, right? There's just certain founders that will be good for certain markets. And there's great founders who would not be good for them. And, we spend a lot of time trying to understand that interface. And I think that is why we build the type of team that we do. Sorry.
Definitely. What's your perspective there? Where do you lay?
My perspective on founder market fit?
Or are you more pro just the founder matters, just the market matters?
No, I'm founder market fit. I'm literally the intersection of the founder and the market. I don't think, unless unless it's very, very rare, like Travis Kalanick, these guys are so amazing and they're so rare. I think that, the path that someone took to getting to a startup kind of carves them in a certain way. They'll have certain sensitivities. They'll have certain earned knowledge that other people don't have. And I think you want to take that and their kind of inherent skills and map it to what the actual market needs, which means you have to do a lot of market work. I would say the majority of the work that we do is not analyzing a given deal at any point in time. The majority of the work we're doing is analyzing the market, in the absence of any given company to understand it, so we can actually make these decisions once we meet the company.
Definitely. Well, Martin, personal question for you.
Yeah.
What motivates you? What's the world you're trying to build towards?
What motivates me in general? Honestly, I'm just a hill climber. It's so funny. When I was selling my company, I went to this is to VMware. I remember Pat Gelsinger. He was kind of interviewing us. He was the CEO of VMware, and he was kind of interviewing us. And I had this one-on-one with him. And he's like, Martin, kind of what gets you up in the morning? I'm like, this is a really deep philosophical question. I'm gonna have to think about that. I'll tell you tomorrow. So I went home, and I thought about it, and I came back in, and I told him, I'm like, listen, I am a hill climber. My absolute first love is technology and startups and creative destruction and innovation. I am very, very long Silicon Valley. I think we've got the most unique culture in history, and I love to be part of that. So as long as there's a hill for me to climb and I can do it in this place that I love, I'll be incredibly happy.
Yeah. Well, Martin, it's been amazing having you on
I love
MTS.
it. So good.
Congratulations on Open Router. Congratulations on
Thanks so much.
Congrats
I appreciate
to
it.
you.
Incredible week.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was a pleasure
Great.
getting to have you on MTS.
Super fun. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, we are joined by Joshua Monrad, who is the co-founder of Sentinel Bio and a biosecurity advisor to the OpenAI Foundation.
In person this time.
In person, yeah, we actually have him in person, which is pretty exciting. And so today, we're going to talk to you about how AI changes philanthropy, how you actually measure impact, and what good grant making looks like when writing a convincing proposal becomes almost free. So, Joshua, welcome to MTS.
It's great to be here. Good to be here in person.
Excited to have you. I guess a great place to start is you describe grant making similar to investigative journalism. Why is that the case?
Yeah, let me just begin by saying I think this is a really good time to be talking about philanthropy. It's a space I've been in for a couple of years, but there's a lot of things that are shifting. A lot of that has to do with AI, and I think that changes both how much funding is available in philanthropy, what that funding is going to, and then finally how we do philanthropy and grant making. And I guess that's a little bit what your question touches on. So yeah, happy to jump right into that.
Yeah. People do say that this is the golden era for philanthropy, that we've never experienced a moment like this in the history of our modern day world. So why is
I think that all comes down to what we do with it, right? So it shouldn't be about the shiny inputs, how many big checks do we write, how many good vibes do we create, but do we actually make the world meaningfully better? But it certainly is like a really exciting opportunity, and yeah, we just got to get to work.
Yeah. So how is grant making similar to investigative journalism?
Yeah, so this was a piece I wrote for my blog recently where I had just done a job interview, and halfway in the interview, I had to say, look, just take the idea of whatever idea you have of what a grant maker looks like, please throw it out. This is not how we work. And that's because sort of doing research, reading proposals is a pretty small proportion of the work I do, at least at Sentinel Bio. And we're a very, I guess, specific type of grant maker. And so when I talk about grant making as investigative journalism, a lot of that is about uncovering non-public information. Increasingly, Codex or Claude or whoever can do a lot of the grunt work of like reading a proposal, doing background research. What it can't do is understanding, hey, this executive order that the White House just signed, why did that actually come to be? Or this new funder who just made a big pivot into your area, why did they make that decision? Because that information behind those decisions lives in the ether of happy hours or human, right? And so Claude's not going to get that out of someone. And so you have to get out there and do a lot of work to uncover that information. You can then work with an AI, but that's a role where we humans still have something to add. And there's a lot of tricks or attributes that I'd like to think good investigative journalists emulate that I try to practice.
Like what?
A very basic one would be just respecting your sources and treating confidentiality as a confidentiality. So a lot of the time, if people start a sentence with, I shouldn't be telling you this, but like they should just stop there.
Yeah.
And so if someone tells you something in confidence, like you respect that. And that allows you then to build trust with, for example, someone in the White House or someone who works on the Hill or in another sensitive context where they can help you gain situational awareness. And they'll know that it might inform your decision making, it might help you make better grants, but you're not going to be like telling other people about it.
So I'm curious how your workflow looks like for sourcing grants.
Yeah.
Like basically from start to finish. Like how do you find people? How do you decide who to give grants to? What is your workflow like?
Yeah. So the most important part of how we operate at Sentinel is very early on setting what we would call the victory condition, sort of the end state of the world that we would like to see. So I work on biosecurity. So that's saying in the victory condition, maybe you make it time bound. You say by 2030, it should be the case that if you're a legitimate scientist wanting to do bioscience, you can access really powerful models. They'll help you very easily. But if you're, some rogue terrorist group or some unhobbled agent swarm and you're trying to buy DNA online, you're trying to use, Mythos 7 or whatever, there's going to be some friction, there's going to be some barriers. So you set that end state, you say this is what the world should look like, and then we reason backwards from what has to be true to get there. And this, I think, is very different from what you could call sort of forward-looking way of doing grant making, where you sit, you receive some proposals, and others tell you where they would like to go, and then you evaluate who has the best plan. And in some ways, this is very audacious. It requires a lot of conviction to say, we have a vision for where the world needs to go, and we're going to work backwards from how to get there. But what it gives you is the ability to go out and then in a very surgical way say, okay, this organization needs to exist to get us to the victory condition. Now let's go find the best person to do that. So a lot of my work that initially when we set up Sentinel was creating that victory condition, figuring out how do we get there. And now the work is then putting the pieces on the board. So go recruit a founder, go create something that doesn't exist. Often also, of course, empower people who are already doing amazing work.
How much is AI used in the evaluation of the grants themselves? Do you have almost this AI judge who reads through the proposals and says yay or nay?
I wouldn't say on the yay or nay part, and part of that comes down to the private information that you have to go and collect and then feed in. I do think a lot of the analysis work, and this is can be done by AI, and this changes also how we think about building a team. Paul Graham had a really good tweet about how AI enables organizations to do a lot more without growing their human headcount a lot, because a lot of the sort of analysis work now can be done. So when I think about recruiting for grant makers, a lot of that is people who can be really good with people, who can get information out of them and build trust with them, people who can recruit founders and be really inspiring. And do that more human side of things, because AI can do a lot of the analysis.
Yeah. I'm still curious about sourcing. Like, where exactly do you find people? How do you find people? Where do they come from?
Yeah.
Do they come to you? Do you scout for people? Where do you scout for people?
Yeah, on the Monitoring the Situation show. I mean, a big part of, I'm serious, a big part of why I wanted to come here and talk to you guys is that I do think we have this amazing opportunity with the third wave of philanthropy. And we're going to need a lot more hands on deck. And we're not just going to need more hands on deck, but also, I think, a more diverse cast of characters. And so some of this is sending out the bat signal, making it really cool to work in some of these impact spaces, not-for-profit spaces, creating good vibes around that. And then when we hopefully have created some of those fertile conditions for amazing people working on it, again, what I would do, and this is just the Sentinel way, is working backwards from, okay, we need someone who can build a really good KYC company for biosecurity, like know your customer screening. Who have founded really amazing KYC? Who's an operator who's already worked in that space, and who is an operator who maybe hasn't built a company but has a biosecurity expertise, and go to those sort of contexts. And this is not a hypothetical. So one of the things I'm very proud of we have done at Sentinel is we recently incubated and helped launch public benefit corporation called BioTrust that does KYC for biosecurity, and we did basically that. So a lot of it is, again, finding those pieces that fits what you need for your victory condition.
Yeah.
How geographically concentrated do you think these grantees usually are? Like, is it mostly Bay Area people?
You read my mind. I was just going to say that, so for a lot of these things, okay, we're trying to start a KYC startup. Yeah, that's probably there's some great people in the Bay, but a lot of these, especially for the victory condition that I work on, that's global. And so we do have to look outside the Bay. I'm based in Europe. I have an amazing colleague in Singapore. We have some great grantees in Europe and in Asia. And so again, if we're thinking about for this to be actually the golden era of philanthropy, where we actually deliver on the promise and make the world better, that will have to go certainly beyond the Bay, and also well beyond the US.
Yeah, what else needs to be true for this to actually be the golden age of philanthropy? Is it really just finding better talent to want to come into the space? I think most people maybe don't even know we're entering this third wave of philanthropy, and they still see it as the old days of, wow, I'm a young person who wants to create a lot of change, and philanthropy is slow. It doesn't actually do anything. But really, a lot what you're alluding to is this is one of the places we can make some of the most impact in the world, especially right now. Because of how money is flowing, which is very unique to this time period.
Yeah, and I think it will require a balance of both being willing to rethink and say we can do things. We're contending with entirely different problems from technology and AI. So that's concentration of power, loss of control, crazy technology risks like biosecurity risks. We also have these opportunities for how we can use AI to discover new positive application of the technology, but also just do everything more efficiently. So a lot is changing. At the same time, we also, and this is where some of the naivety of being, especially if you're a philanthropist who is not an heir but an operator who suddenly has found yourself with a lot of wealth, you're going to be inclined to say, I want to do it my way. I'm going to figure it out from first principles. And there are some well-earned lessons from philanthropy to learn. So I think we seize the mantle and the opportunity well if we both can rethink things in the age of AI, but also learn from what are the fuck-ups from philanthropy of the last century, the wasted opportunities, and so on.
What are the fuck-ups?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think one in this era is if you take the thesis of, so one would be not caring about impact at all and doing it for vanity, doing it for ego, get your name on the building, whatever. That's definitely been a big fuck up. I would say.
Is that actually bad if people are still being impactful?
It's not bad per se. It's not, look, if you're going to want to get your name on the building and that building is like the world's best cancer research institute, I love that for you. But if it becomes a distraction where it's not really your North Star to make the world better for other people, then I would say that's bad. You can also fail in the other direction, though, where you have this sort of almost performative fetish with cost effectiveness for its own sake and rigor for its own sake. One of the people who really mentored me as I got into the philanthropic world for the last over the last few years was she would call out often. I would write these very detailed, meticulous grant investigations, and this is my former boss and now our board member who would say, this is performative rigor. Like you already know what you want to do, but you feel emotionally, I have to justify it with a very fancy model. And I think when we're talking about these issues that are so urgent, that are such grand scale, what matters is that we solve the problems, not that we make a lot of good deals along the way, right? It's not that we have a very, very rigorous justification necessarily for its own sake, or that we squeeze the most possible juice out of each dollar. And my job is to solve, in my case, again, I work on biosecurity. My job is to solve a biosecurity problem, not to make individually cost-effective or rigorous grants.
So speaking of effectiveness, how effective or ineffective is trad philanthropy as opposed to like EA philanthropy, like what the OpenAI Foundation does?
Yeah. I think there is a lot of really fantastic things that have come out of traditional philanthropy. I think in global health, I think it's very easy to lose track of the wins there, both because of the sort of dizzying numbers where once something has a lot of zeros, you kind of don't see it as human lives that have been affected, and also because it's far away. So I think there's a lot of good lessons there. I think where I'm really excited about sort of more modern philanthropy is being very technology savvy and both, again, recognizing how we can use it. This is something that I think certainly a lot of the philanthropists who come out of AI will be very native in that, and also just grappling with some of the challenges we as society have to overcome.
Where is technology used? Is it used specifically in the evaluation standpoint of seeing how effective these grants actually were?
Yeah, I would also, there's definitely some of that, and I'm excited about it. We keep experimenting. It's hard, as it is with everyone, keeping up every week how to do that. But it's also just what is a thing you could do out there in the world, not in how you operate. Again, let's not have a fetish with how you work as a philanthropist, but what you achieve. And there might be things where we could say, this technology would never have been scalable. This way of approaching drug discovery or what have you would never have been feasible without AI. So now we can use it. So it's also just expanding the envelope of what we dare dream to do.
How do you actually measure impact?
So again, I think there are these two schools of thought. One, it would be what you could call above the bar grant making, where you set a bar and that bar is measured in lives saved per dollar, or dollars per life saved. And then you stack rank your grants and you say, you make some estimates for each other and you say, I'm going to fund everything above the bar. And then the other one, which is I'm more familiar with and I can speak to with the most authority, although I think both are valid, is what we can call victory condition grant making, where you say, I need to achieve this by 2030. It feels impossible. It probably is nigh impossible, but I'm going to set out to do it. And then the question is not, is each individual grant effective, but it is, are we making progress across our whole portfolio? Are we on track to solve that? And that's what I want to be held accountable to. And that's why we set up Sentinel as a fund where the pitch to donors is not, we're going to pick individually good grants. It's we're going to deliver a return and impact, not in, don't get your money back if you give it to us, but in impact across the portfolio.
Oh, that's pretty interesting. Do you see a lot of philanthropies actually having that type of model? So if I understand correctly, you pitch to donors saying, hey, here's almost your return. If the fund returns, it's going to look like this, and it's not a financial return, it's a outcome, a world outcome. And then you say, trust us with your money, and then you do all the assessment to actually prove that you're getting towards that world.
I think what that gives you is that you can be a lot more strategic and find a lot more synergy, and those are fancy words, and everyone would say that they have a strategy, and a lot of the time that's a strategy, just a list of things you'll do. But actually being strategic is having a diagnosis for what needs to happen and then doing it. And so let me give you an example. Let's say I want it to be the case that if you sell synthetic DNA or you develop and release very powerful biomodels, you have to be doing KYC using some KYC tool. Here are two grants I could make. I could fund some lobbying to make it mandatory for one of these companies to do this screening, or I could develop a screening tool and give it to the people who produce this product so they can do biosecurity screening. In isolation, each of these grants might look okay, but you might say, well, the lobbying for the mandatory screening is not that good without the tool, and vice versa. If I have this sort of comprehensive approach where I'm going to do both of them, I don't have to cross my fingers and say, I hope the other thing happens, otherwise my grant is not going to be good, because I know I'm pushing on both of them. And then I can go back to the funder and say, this is a return across the portfolio.
How good generally is the analogy between philanthropy in this sense and investing? Where does it hold? Where does it break down?
I think that we talk a little bit about sort of VC, and I definitely think that there's a lot of analogies. So again, a portfolio approach, that's going to sound, you just had Martin on, that's going to sound familiar to a lot of VCs. Where it might break apart is that you want your portfolio to be collaborating rather than competing. They don't always, and this breaks my heart a little bit when I see NGOs, maybe because they perceive that they're in competition for funding. But in general, you don't it's not competition that drives efficiency, it's collaboration that drives impact. And so you might support a bunch of things in the hope that they will synergize. And you can also insert yourself, and you have to do this carefully because of some power dynamics. But you have an incredible convening power as a funder. Generally, if you say, I'm going to set this meeting, people show up. And again, you shouldn't be blind to the power you have and how you can kind of waste people's time. But I've seen this when we do advocacy in DC or in Brussels for policy, is that you can be a coordination point where a lot of people can rally around and then be more effective in the advocacy.
Yeah, some people argue that because you don't have the same market incentives like you do for a typical investor fund, you're not going to create impact in the same amount of way. Do you hear that to be true, or what do you think there?
I definitely think there is something to this, and we in the biosecurity space we're in, there are a few for-profit companies, and I have a lot of friends who are working on startups here in the Bay, and I admire the velocity, the talent that they can attract, the relentlessness. And I think there is a certain energy there that in the nonprofit world, you can not because you don't have enormously well-meaning, and some of the people in the NGO world are exceptionally high integrity, exceptionally talented, but the lack of accountability from simple things like, are you making revenue? Are you profitable? Can make it harder to have that drive. So that's one thing I think the NGO world can learn. Where I think the sort of the for-profit world fails to deliver an impact is to, J. Cole has his lyric, the good news is you came a long way, the bad news is you went the wrong way. You deliver something at very tremendous scale, but it's not really making the world, it's not pointed in the right direction.
That's such a good quote.
That is a good quote.
Come on, J. Cole.
Bad news is you went the wrong way.
Before we run out of time, what is Sentinel Bio working on right now? Gene synthesis screening is one thing. What else is going on across the portfolio?
Yeah, so we are also doing a lot of work in the more digital realm. So that's some of my colleagues that'd be much better placed to speak on that. But both measuring the uplift of how AI is enabling people to work with biology, thinking about safeguards around both models, but also the data sets on which the models are trained. And then we're trying to scan what lies ahead. How should we think about? My amazing colleague Yannick is starting a new program thinking about that. What are the other kind of choke points or areas where there might be risks? Cloud labs or sort of lab automation would be one.
That's cool. Oh, I like how one of the things that you urge all you guys to do is plan out what's the future you want to actually see, and then work backwards on what are the grants we should approve and who are the people we need to work with to make that happen. For you personally, what is that future?
I think it's sort of unleashing the full potential of biotechnology. I think it's extremely exciting. When last time I was here, I got kind of carried away talking about some of my favorite examples of that. And I just think if you look at examples like nuclear energy, where we have completely squandered the promise of that technology because there were incidents that I think rightly freaked out the public, and we then regulated in a really unproductive way in many parts of the world, I don't want that to repeat. So we got to safeguard it and then just full throttle.
Last question for you. You mentioned that sometimes the philanthropy world, it can be harder to find the right talent. Like it might be in a really hot startup or at a frontier lab. Are there any roles or anything you would urge people to come and work in now?
Well, we were just talking before we went live about maybe I should pitch you and join it going into philanthropy. I will say though, so as mentioned, I'm a part-time advisor in addition to my work at Sentinel to the OpenAI Foundation, which obviously really amazing player, or has a promise to be an amazing player. And they just launched a really big hiring round today, more than 20 roles across AI for civil society, AI for curing disease, AI resilience, which is what I'm helping out with on the biosecurity side. They have some incredible people in the initial sort of founding core, and I would like for that to remain true. So I think a lot of people listening in should check out that just new batch of roles there came online today at the OpenAI Foundation.
At the OpenAI Foundation.
Yes, not the company, distinct entity, nonprofit, but
it's very different. Very different.
Well, if you are watching this and you are talented, you should work at Sentinel Bio. You should work at the OpenAI Foundation. You should work in biosecurity. These are, very important and kind of neglected areas.
Definitely. We're entering the third wave of philanthropy. This is the golden era for philanthropy, as you mentioned, as you quoted. And it is a pretty important time. What you alluded to earlier is that if you care a lot about making impact in this world, this is one of the best places to directly do that. And especially this new modern day wave where you're using technology to actually measure the effectiveness of the impact you're trying to create. I love this. It's a complete change to how maybe it used to traditionally work in the past. And so I'm excited for philanthropy to enter this new wave, kind of have a different perception in the public eye as well, and for really strong talent to want to come here, to want to work here. So really appreciate you coming on MTS.
We've got a lot of work to do, eyes on the prize, but thank you. It's been really fun being here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much, Josh.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, we are joined by Peter McCrory, who is the head of economics at Anthropic, and he helps lead the Anthropic Economic Index, which uses privacy-preserving analysis of cloud usage to study how AI is being adopted across tasks, occupations, firms, and regions. And he recently wrote the article, Why Hasn't AI Increased Unemployment? Peter, we're very excited to have you on MTS today.
Thanks for having me. It's a delight to be here.
Absolutely. So, your article, Why Hasn't AI Increased Unemployment? Definitely a lot of people have been wondering this, especially people who thought that, like, you know, back in 2020, if they had been given a model on the level of like Fable today, many people would have predicted there would be large-scale unemployment. And yet this basically hasn't happened yet. So could you explain for the audience the thesis behind your article?
Yeah. So, you know, it's a question that I find myself asking. I use this frontier technology every single day. And I find that my job is being radically changed, even relative to what I was doing back in 2020 as an economist, you know, downloading data, running regressions, doing very sophisticated analyses that increasingly Claude can just do end to end. And so in some sense, the premise of the essay is AI capabilities, as you say, have advanced sufficiently far that it's reasonable to ask, why hasn't this had an impact on unemployment? Moreover, diffusion within the economy, I think it's like 1 in 5 firms in the US report using AI to some extent from the Business Trend and Outlook survey. And so the diffusion within the economy has also accelerated. And there's even some signs that labor productivity growth in the US has been stronger, or it has been stronger in recent years. And maybe some of that is due to AI. So like maybe we're seeing some signs of an impact in the aggregate. And so why not in the labor market, where the unemployment rate in the US is close to where the Fed would pinpoint full employment. And even digging into the data, it's hard to get very definitive answers on the impact. Yeah. So that's the premise of the essay. The basic punchline is, so far, it has the hallmarks of being a skill-biased technology that automates some aspects of the work that we do, but also complements and amplifies other forms of human expertise that rely on a human in the loop to get the greatest value out of the technology.
Right. So it hasn't happened so far, but you know, Dario Amodei said May 2025, AI could wipe out half of all entry-level white-collar jobs and spike unemployment to 10 to 20% in the next 1 to 5 years. You know, we're a little over a year in. This definitely has not happened yet. But do you think it's still basically possible that this happens within the next 5 years, or I guess the next 4 years?
So, you know, I do want to it's a great question and emphasize that the essay is primarily focusing on what impact do we see so far
right,
based on patterns of adoption of the technology today. What looms on the horizon over the next 4 years? I think there's still a lot of uncertainty. It depends in some sense on whether or not the capabilities continue to advance or even accelerate, as we might expect that they will, and whether or not the jagged frontier maybe smooths out. So right now, it's the case that for a lot of different types of cognitive work, that human expertise is augmented and amplified. But if that no longer is the case, then that points more in the direction of disruption or displacement. And so making sense of that, the range of uncertainty that might materialize over the next 4 years, is certainly a key priority for the work that my team is doing. But again, the essay is posing in some sense, the simpler question, which is, why have we not seen any impact so far today?
Yeah. On the other end, even just data around unemployment is incredibly difficult to accurately assess. Even just technology, it's not really segmented by AI and by the impacts of how different industries are affecting unemployment. And so what has been your experience as the person who's actually getting all this data, trying to synthesize what it means? What's still missing to accurately understand what's happening?
Right. So, I mean, one thing that is helpful in the US is that the US does have very rich labor market data that's relatively real time. And so, for example, you can look at the current population survey, which is the underlying survey that is used for constructing the headline unemployment rate. And you can see what occupation respondents say that they're in. And what you can do, and we did this exercise back in March, is link those workers based on the occupation that they're in to patterns of Claude usage that we see in our data today. So we focused on where is Claude being used in automated ways for work purposes, and which jobs basically typically are composed of tasks where Claude can basically do that job end to end. If you take that framework to the data, so far the unemployment rate hasn't moved materially higher for those workers, even though workers who are in those sorts of jobs like technical writers, data entry workers, certain types of computer programming, those types of workers do express more concern about job loss. So there is this like distinction between maybe like what the hard data is saying so far, and I think we can get a reasonably good signal on that based on the labor market statistics in the US. But again, there might still be some uncertainty on the horizon.
So, to what extent is this the case just because it's like really hard to automate jobs? Like, what exactly does it take to fully automate a job? It seems like it would require like having models be able to do every single task that a human does as part of this job better than the human does it, and cheaper, or at least on, you know, the Pareto curve of better and cheaper. Is this like roughly accurate?
So I think the one way that I like to think about this question, and you know, there are a number of different things to keep in mind, but one thing is, imagine a job as a collection of tasks, and each individual aspect of your job is important for producing the final thing that you produce as an economist. That means both knowing what's the right question to ask, what methodology to use, and how to evaluate that methodology. And what we see in our data is that there's no job across, let's say, the Department of Labor's ONET taxonomy, so grouping of jobs and the tasks that you do in those jobs. There's no job where every single task we see Claude being used to automate those tasks today. So if there are these weak link aspects of your job that are essential to the work that you do, that becomes a constraint on the overall impact and sort of capacity to fully automate that work end to end.
Yeah.
Now, that's like theoretical, and you might ask, like, do we see any evidence of that in our data? And we put out this report back in February or January, Economic Primitives, where we compared task complexity on one axis against how successful the session was with Claude for our API users. So this is enterprise customers who are embedding Claude in automated ways as compared to our consumer users, so where there's a human in the loop. And when Claude is being used in automated ways for more complex tasks, there's a steeper trade-off between complexity and successful use. When there's a human in the loop, the Pareto frontier pushes out. You can tackle harder problems, and the trade-off between complexity and sort of a successful session is less. That trade-off is less severe. And so I think that like illustrates that it's not even the case that if you can, let's say, automate every task within a job, that necessarily means that job goes away. The job also changes, and the role of the human in the loop might actually expand what you're able to complete or what you're able to do alongside the model.
Yeah, the
So
job.
is there kind of a discontinuity between, like, you know, if a model can complete like a large fraction of the tasks associated with a job, then it complements a human, and because of Jevons paradox, you should expect more of these jobs to be the case. This seems to have been like the way the labor markets have worked so far over the last like 150 years of technological development. At some point, you know, if the AI can do like absolutely everything the human can do as part of the job better than the human, then maybe the job goes away. But like how exactly these two connect to one another? Like, at what point does job growth stop as AI automates a certain fraction of a job?
Right. It's a great question, and the framework that I've really relied on is thinking about the pattern of structural transformation that happened within the US over the last 100 years, or more globally, as economies go from, let's say, more agriculturally oriented, there's this hump-shaped pattern of rising manufacturing, decline of manufacturing, long one rise in services. That's what's happened in the US. And it happened as a consequence of being able to automate many aspects of what the economy looked like 100 years ago. And, Alex Amos has this nice essay that I imagine you've come across, like what remains scarce in a world of AI automation. And one of the things that he emphasizes is sort of the maybe like essentially human aspects of work, and that as a society grows richer, the things that we want to spend our marginal resources on might shift towards new types of work or different types of work. And if you look at the historical evidence, that type of demand-driven structural transformation arguably played as important a role as did, let's say, Baumol's disease, the fact that some things are just hard to automate, and so as a consequence, they become a larger share of the overall economy. So that's like one way that I like to think about it. The fact that this technology, it automates some work, and that aspect of work might go away, but it also opens up new possibilities that are kind of hard to imagine. And at the outset, it's like even harder to imagine what new work looks like. Because one, the technology is moving so quickly, but just in general, that's a hard problem. If you were looking at the U.S. economy in 1900 and trying to envision what the economy looked like 100 years ago, you would have a hard time really understanding what a large portion of what our jobs looks like.
Yeah, exactly. What you just suggested there is how when intelligence commoditizes, the things that become more and more scarce are things that AI cannot replicate, like human creativity and judgment and taste and all of those other types of things. And so are you seeing certain sectors where jobs will actually start increasing? What do you predict there?
I don't have a strong prediction there. I think the uncertainty is still quite substantial, even on this question of human creativity or researcher taste. I think about my job as an economist. Yes, Claude is increasingly able to download data, run regressions, even build economic models. And, 6 months ago, I might have thought to myself, well, I still have this comparative advantage at asking the right question, or even having like the insightful breakthrough in how to formulate a particular model. But, each new generation of Claude is pushing the boundary of implementation and into question asking and even like evaluation. And I've felt that Claude is actually surprisingly insightful and creative about tackling the sorts of questions that I'm trying to tackle with it.
So our friend David Ox, friend of the show, wrote this Substack article recently called Why ATMs Didn't Kill Bank Teller Jobs, but the iPhone did. The idea being two things. One is that technology changes don't necessarily kill jobs, paradigm shifts do. So like the bank teller, for example, rose in employment from the 1970s to like the mid 2000s, even despite ATMs becoming a thing, just because the demand for bank branches grew so much. But since then, roughly since the late 2000s, since the great financial crisis and the move to like fintech and iPhones, bank teller employment has fallen. And then the other point that he made was this could happen on the scale of the entire economy if we think not about automating specific jobs, not about automating workers, but about fully automating firms. And the point at which you fully automate a firm is the point at which you do get large-scale economic transformation. What do you think about this take?
I think it's a great illustration of the limitation of only thinking about the economy as a group of tasks. That that you think back to the arrival of electricity. And I mean, this is a regularly referenced example, but at first you just like plug this new power source into the existing layout of the factory. So like power being supplied to the factory in a very centralized way. Yeah, sure, like that had an impact and increased productivity, but the real consequential impact came from restructuring how the factory was organized. That this technology allowed you to do something different that prior forms of energy production didn't allow you to do, which was, provide that power source in a directed way right at the point that you need it. Now you can imagine something similar happening with AI, that large incumbent firms have organizational processes that might make it very hard or challenging to get the full productivity impact of the technology, because it's hard to centralize information and maybe elicit tacit knowledge that might exist in someone's mind. But the upstart firm can organize themselves in a fundamentally new way that, through the process of creative destruction, leads to the type of transformation that you're hinting at. And so I think that's a sensible place to look. Like, how are startup firms organizing themselves? How do AI native organizations look different from firms that were organized around like sort of a past mode of operating? And yeah, like along the way, that transformation might be more consequential for the labor market than maybe the more straightforward task-based approach would otherwise suggest.
Yeah. So
how much harder do you think it would be to fully automate a firm compared to fully automating a worker?
So this is a really interesting question. I think there are sort of two competing forces. On the one hand, you have access to incredible scope with AI. I don't know anything about building a website, but Claude does. I do know what maybe I want a website to look like, and so I can suddenly have access to that ability. And increasingly, Claude is able to just do what I implement the requests that I make of it. We see signs of that in our analysis of how people use Claude Code, for example. Domain expertise maybe rises in importance, but like the pure implementation aspect of the job diminishes. And so that, I think, points in the direction of, well, maybe we could have like many small firms that are relatively lightweight that sort of proliferate, and maybe you can automate some aspect of what each of those individual firms do. On the other hand, the technology benefits from access to a lot of like varied information. And so for example, when we look at how businesses embed Claude in automated ways through the API, very complex tasks rely on a lot of contextual information in order to complete those complex tasks. Sometimes that complex information is only elicited or discovered through interactions that you might have with your sales team. And so you might need like a large sales team to go and talk to your partners to understand what they need and like what you need to, how you need to like adjust your product. I think that's a fundamental constraint on the ability to just like fully automate the firm, and also points in the direction of maybe like large firms could ultimately benefit more from the technology than smaller firms. But I think that's kind of an open question.
Yeah. Could you see more powerful models eventually leading to explosive economic growth?
Yeah, so I think there are two things here. One is, do these more powerful models suddenly have capabilities that sort of are more broadly represented across the economy? So right now in the Anthropic Economic Index, what we see is that even though language models like Claude in principle could do like 95% of what computer programmers do, in practice, we only see about 35% of those jobs where Claude is being used in automated ways. More powerful models might sort of compress that gap between capabilities and actual usage. You can get a lot of impact on economic growth through that channel, But in some sense, it's just a level change. Like it's a one-time increase in how much the economy can produce. I think the thing that, and this like plays out in sort of longer run macroeconomic growth models, is the thing that really matters is the process of innovation and whether or not the economy has the capacity to accelerate TFP growth. And I think this is the great possibility, and the great uncertainty is the extent to which AI might automate the process of innovation itself. You can think about recursive self-improvement as like being one specific example of that, but it holds more broadly. Does the R&D process accelerate as a consequence of AI? In otherwise standard macroeconomic models, you can generate things that look like infinite growth and finite time. And I think understanding that dimension of, let's say, like the economic singularity or the prospect of the economic singularity is like a really important and open research question.
So I'm curious, before we have to go, what are some of the things that you're most excited about that are happening in the Anthropic economic team right now? What kind of projects are going on?
Yeah, so I think the way that I like to think about this is, the Anthropic Institute put out this report on some early indications of how Claude is accelerating, like, when AI builds itself, this idea of like recursive self-improvement. I think through that lens, I like to think about the sort of three different singularities that might be on the horizon and trying to understand the economic forces that relate to them. One is the software singularity. And so like trying to understand the economics of recursive self-improvement is a really important research question. Then there's the second one, which is, yes, there's the labor market impact of the technology, how quickly the productivity benefits of the technology materialize, and whether or not we're on the cusp of an economic singularity. Something that we didn't talk about yet, but is important to keep in mind, is the possibility of a Coasian singularity. Increasingly, people are relying on AI systems to take economic actions on their behalf. If that produces a collapse in transaction costs and so on, that might reshape how systems of economic exchange are organized. We did a really cool pilot experiment last year called Project Deal, where we basically ran a little experiment to explore some of those ideas. Those three singularities are the ones that I think are really urgent for us to tackle, and hope to be able to share more research on that front soon.
Yeah, well, we're excited. Anthropic has built this like amazing econ team, Chad Jones, Anton Koronek. It's been so cool like watching all of this talent flow in. I can't wait to see what you guys come up with. Peter, thank you so much for joining us on MTS today.
Yeah, it's exciting to see that we're on the cusp of the economic singularity. So thank you so much for joining.
Thank you so much.
And we'll be back with MTS.
Well, that was a pretty awesome day, I think.
Yeah, one of our favorite days probably on MTS.
Yeah. We got to talk to Nick Caputo, who's a AI policy thinker at Johns Hopkins.
Yeah.
Travis Fisher from the Cato Institute, who's on energy and environmental policy. Matt Duffy, who's a data scientist. Simon Grimm from Works in Progress. We love Works in Progress. One of my favorite publications on the internet. Martin Casado, who's general partner and the head of the infra team at Andreessen Horowitz, which has had an incredible week this week with Stripe acquiring OpenRouter and SpaceX AI acquiring
Big
Cursor.
congrats to them.
So big congrats to A16Z. Joshua Monrad, who's co-founder of Sentinel Bio and a biosecurity advisor at the OpenAI Foundation. We got to talk a lot about like grant making. I know you like that as a former grant maker.
Former foundation worker.
And of course, Peter McCrory, our first guest from Anthropic, the head of economics, who had some very interesting things to say about the current state of current models and how they've impacted the economy.
Yeah, our first Anthropic guest and hopefully not our last.
Definitely not.
It was a really good day today.
Amazing. Well, we also have some pretty amazing sponsors like Lovable. Turn ideas into software people love with Lovable. Start today at lovable.dev.
And a big thank you to Arena. Measure AI performance in the real world. Arena.ai.
Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
Today's episode was brought to you by 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
Today's stream is sponsored by VCX, the public ticker for private tech. Head over to getvcx.com to learn more.
Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster at blitzy.com.
AdQuick, make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
Shout out Lovable, Arena, Neon, Databricks, 11 Labs, Kong, VCX, Blitzy, AdQuick, and we'll be back tomorrow.